Yes.
There's something happening in excitement. Move or body. Let's say you got this amazing experience. Come see the place we are.
Good evening and welcome to X Stadium on the campus of Wichita State University, where tonight we are going to have our second and final semifinal game in this 2025 edition of the 91st NBC World Series. And tonight's game has the Hayes Larks taking on Lonestar Kraken, a team obviously from Texas. So it's a Texas team versus a Kansas team, and it's also a rematch of a game played a few nights ago between these two teams that Hayes was able to win by the score of 7-4. My name is Steve Strain, along with the coach, Mark Carvalho, joining me here tonight. And Mark, we already know now that the Hutch Monarchs are advancing to the championship game. They will play the winner of this game. What do you think, though, is going through the minds of this Texas team of Lonestar Kraken, having lost to Hayes just a few nights ago by 3 runs?
I think they want. I saw them the first game, and I was very, very impressed. And I think they're ready to come after them. I talked to a couple of guys after the game, and they said they should have won it. And they had that feeling. So I think they're going to be coming after them. It's going to be a great game.
Hayes jumped out to a 3-0 lead in that game on Monday night. They eventually won by 3, 7-4. So that 3 spot in the first ended up being the difference in the game. Here is the bracket for the tournament now, and you can see we can go ahead and move Hutch over to that 7 o'clock slot tomorrow night. That's at Equity Bank Park in downtown Wichita. They just knocked off Seattle about a half an hour ago by the score of 3-2 in a thrilling game. So Hutchinson is in the championship game, and now it will either be Hayes or Lonestar that will face them tomorrow night. And that game scheduled to start at 7 o'clock again in downtown Wichita. Hayes is undefeated in this tournament. They are at 3-0 as they ran the table through pool play, and actually 4-0, including last night's win as well. There's a look at the starting lineups brought to you by Crossland Construction Company. Lane Sparks leads off for Hayes. They're the visitors. We'll run down their lineup. He is in right field. He'll be followed by left fielder Trent Baker. Thomas Lissy bats third. He's at third base. Hitting cleanup, Brady Kreitzer. Kreitzer is the designated hitter. Caleb Duncan bats fifth. Duncan is in center field. Lorenzo Rios bats sixth. Rios is behind the plate. Batting seventh for Hayes, Paul Smith. Smith, the first baseman. Tabor Stokes bats eighth, and Stokes is at shortstop. And batting ninth, C.J. Reed. Reed is the second baseman. Again, the lineup for Hayes: Sparks, Baker, Lissy, Kreitzer, Duncan, Rios, Smith, Stokes, and C.J. Reed, with Nick Gray pitching the balls and strikes for the Hayes Larks. But they will have their hands full, Mark. Trent Collier is the pitcher for Oklahoma, and we saw him earlier in the week. And this guy is a hard thrower, and he's going to the University of Oklahoma. That's about all you need to say to get an idea of his talent.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. It's like I said, the best players right now. I mean, they're out here right now. It's a big game to get to that championship game.
All right, so we're ready. And at 8:50 Central Time, here we go. The first pitch of the contest is a big swing and a miss. And it's a strike to Lane Sparks, and the count to Sparks is 0-1. Game time temperature 74 degrees. It's cool here in Wichita tonight, about as cool as it's been in a while.
It's very pleasant.
Here's the 0-1, and that one across, and a strike, and the count is now quickly 0-2. Collier ahead in the count. Sparks, the starting right fielder for Hayes, and hitting out of the leadoff spot. Here's the pitch. Something taken off and inside for ball. It's 1-2.
I was going to say it's very interesting because Hayes has that tradition, long tradition. Of course, defending champs. Well, the Kraken, maybe not as much, but people are getting to know them. They're getting a lot of respect.
2-1. Here's the pitch. And that one misses, and the count's now 3 balls and 1 strike. Trent Collier 6-1 with a 2.65 earned run average when he last pitched at Weatherford College. So pretty lofty numbers. And now he's heading north to Norman to play at the University of Oklahoma. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. That's inside, and the count's now full at 3-2. Hayes is in their blue jerseys, trimmed in white with white down the shoulders, gray pants, and blue helmets. And Lonestar Kraken is in their purple jerseys with white pants. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Chopped foul at the plate. Mark, for the second night in a row, we're seeing a wind out of the east or northeast blowing in from right field. You don't see that much here.
No, and that's the biggest difference yesterday. I thought made an impact in the game. Just anything up in the air just held up. You have to really square it up.
Saw our fair share of home runs during the week until last night. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Lefty versus lefty battle here, in the pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. And the game starts with Lane Sparks striking out swinging, and that's the kind of start you need, Mark, when you lose by 3 runs to a hot team a few nights earlier. But good start for Lonestar Kraken.
Oh, yeah. No, that's, like I said, that's good pitching right there. I was watching how the catcher's setting up and everything. They working together. Look at this pitch right here. I mean, but you just saw it right there. The off speed, and I think you're going to see a lot of mixing up with the pitches.
So here's Trent Baker now. Baker, a right-handed pitcher, and he swings and misses at the first pitch. It's 0-1. Hayes has not exactly knocked the cover off the ball in this tournament to be at 4-0. They were hitting in the low 200s when play started last night, although they did get their bats going in last night's contest. The pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen. And the count is quickly 0-2.
Well, and I think that's the thing about Hayes. They beat you in different ways with their defense, their pitching, timely hitting. Obviously, we've seen that with them.
Yes, their pitching was very good last night. They had a no-hitter, a combined between 2 pitchers into the 8th inning. Here's the pitch, down and in, and the count's now 1-2. That was a Hayes victory last night over the San Diego Stars that advanced them to the semis. And now they're here in the semis against Lonestar Kraken, with the winner taking on Hutchinson tomorrow. That game will be at Equity Bank Park, downtown Wichita, 7 o'clock first pitch for all of the marbles in the 91st NBC. A ball and 2 strikes, and here's the pitch, way high and away at 84 miles an hour. And the count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Trent Baker.
Yeah, it'll be all hands on deck today with the bullpen. Like I said, get to that game, get to that championship game. Every pitcher needs to be ready.
2-2, and the pitch chopped foul down the first base side, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lonestar 4-1 to get to this point in the tournament, which is the semifinals tonight. They knocked off Santa Barbara yesterday by the score of 6-4. Here's the pitch, took something off, but it stays outside. 78, 3-2. That's all you've got to say, that they're coming off a win over Santa Barbara, to know that they're playing well.
Yeah, and like I said, we were talking about that before a while back, and I said they're going to give Santa Barbara a little. I mean, I didn't know if they were going to beat them, but they showed what they can do.
Full count pitch, swung on and sliced foul down the right side, and the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And I think when you knock off somebody like Santa Barbara, who was the #1 seed, you got to definitely take them serious, and that's what Hayes right now, Frank Lewis, telling them, we got to come after these guys, especially early in the game.
Yeah, if you need a wake-up call, if you're Hayes, having beaten the same team a few nights earlier, knowing they're coming off a win over Santa Barbara, that'll get your attention. Here's the pitch. It's low ball 4, and down to first base goes Trent Baker. He draws a 1-out walk, and that'll get Thomas Lissy up to the plate. Trent Collier appeared in this tournament earlier, and he got the win. He's actually appeared twice in the tournament. Lissy, a veteran of this tournament. He's had a very nice series offensively. He's been the most consistent performer for the Larks in the tournament. The first pitch outside for a ball. If Hayes wins tonight, it'll be them and Hutchinson tomorrow, Mark, and that'll be a rematch of last year's championship game.
Yeah, that's amazing. That doesn't happen too many times.
Hayes won that contest, so they're looking for a repeat. There goes the runner. Here's the pitch, down and away. The throw is going to be wide, and no chance there to get the speedy Baker stealing second base. and Hayes with a runner in scoring position. We saw that last night with Hayes, Mark. This team was very aggressive on the base paths very early in the game.
Yeah, I think both coaches, all the coaches right now, they're being aggressive. They're coming after you. That's what I like. I like the aggressiveness, and they're showing it right now, especially early in the game.
So Collier will now stretch, and there goes the runner to third. The throw is a strike. The throw to third is wide, and another stolen base for Trent Baker. We saw that last night as well. Base is stolen in back-to-back pitches, and the Larks do that here.
Yeah, especially the lefty right there. You know, lefty at second base. When you're on second base, you have your back to him. You get a little more of a jump. So I think that really helped right there, Baker.
And now this veteran hitter, Lissy, can pull the ball and likely get his team a run, even if he doesn't get a base hit. The pitch is high for a ball.
See the defense right now playing back right there. So they're giving it. I mean, you can see up the middle. You're right. He just has to put the ball in play.
Lissy at 5 for 16 in the tournament. That's .312. Here's the pitch. Line drive up the middle. That's a base hit. Here comes Baker to score. The stolen bases pay off for Hayes, and the veteran Lissy gets the Larks on the board first. An RBI single. It's 1-0.
Yeah, just good pitch up right there. Just went right with it. He didn't do anything fancy. He just went right up the middle with it. You can see it right here.
And if you're not that aggressive, Hayes offense stealing bases, does Trent Baker score? But you've got to give him credit too for making his way around to third and then coming home easily on the RBI single up the middle for Lissy. Here's Brady Kreitzer now, the designated hitter, taking a strike, and it's 0-1. So a run and a hit and a walk for the Larks already. They also have, of course, 2 stolen bases. The pitch to Kreitzer, big swing and a miss. That one comes in at 85, but Kreitzer comes up empty, and it's now no balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Frank Leo gets guys all around the country, but he's a local kid. Kreitzer being from Hays, Kansas.
Played at Fort Hays State as well, 4 seasons. He takes outside for a ball, and the count's now 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kreitzer. Had a very good career at Fort Hays, did Kreitzer. .302 lifetime in 4 seasons, 26 homers, 97 runs batted in. 1-2, here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. I thought he might have fouled it, but that's not the case, and Kreitzer a strikeout victim. So 2 away now on 2 strikeouts for Trent Collier, but in between that, a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, swinging at anything close, especially 2 strikes. You got to try to put the bat on the ball.
So here's Caleb Duncan now, the center fielder, right-handed hitter. Duncan very familiar with this ballpark. He played at Wichita State this past season. The first pitch is down low. It's a ball, 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, we were talking about that. It has to be an advantage, especially on the mound, or, playing the background as a hitter.
The 1-0, line back to the backstop, and the count's 1-1. We saw him make a nice running catch, full speed in center field as well the other night, and you could tell that he was familiar with and comfortable in these surroundings as well.
Oh, yeah.
1 ball and 1 strike to Duncan. He started his career at UNLV. The pitch, way high and away. 49th NBC World Series appearance for the Hays Larks. Can you fathom that, Mark?
Man, that's amazing. That's it's crazy. To think about that.
6 runner-up finishes in the tournament and 1 title, and that was last year. Here's the pitch, and it's down and in. And the count's now 3-1. Out of the Rocky Mountain Baseball League is the Hays Larks. 28-4 they went, and that was tops in that league. And now time is called. There's going to be a little conversation out on the mound. Is Collier, we saw him earlier, we mentioned he's actually made a couple of appearances in the tournament. Looked pretty dominating, but so far a little shaky.
Yeah, right now, we talked about that. Like we said, I said all hands on deck. You got somebody in the bullpen right now because you cannot let this game, a lot of separation going. You got to stay close. It's first inning, a lot of game left, but right now he's going to make sure he's all right. Just get through this. Got 2 outs, and then but also give your guy in the bullpen a little more time.
Yeah, this is do or die time when it comes to the approach with your pitching staff. So 3 balls and a strike to count to Duncan with a runner at first. 1 already in for Hays. They lead 1-0, and here's the pitch, a big swing and a miss. And the count's now full at 3-2.
They seem to settle him down right there.
You often see that once the
Yeah, you
pitching
do,
coach or a manager comes out and has a few words. Maybe it's the words that are said or the way that they're said, but it's effective. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and down go the Larks. So back-to-back strikes, and Collier actually strikes out the side, but sandwiched in between that, a walk, a couple stolen bases, and a single. And after half an inning, Hayes won, and the Lonestar Kraken coming up.
When you look for a place to learn, train, and grow, you need something that fits with your life. At Butler Community College, we want you to reach your goals in the most affordable way possible. That's why we keep our tuition rates low, so you don't have to stress about your future. It's why we offer hundreds of scholarship opportunities for pursuing your passion. And it's why we work hard to provide a professional higher education at a lower price tag. Butler Community College. Real college, really affordable.
There's the NBC store where you can get some nice swag for this 91st NBC. Mark, I'm impressed with the crowd here, and they can walk away with some nice souvenirs right there, and even some stuffed animals. How about that?
Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's pretty neat to go over there because it's like we were talking about the Seattle. Seattle has had a lot of fans here. They always get, and so does Hayes. So anyway, it's an opportunity to come here and get some good gear.
There's Nick Gray, the starting pitcher for the Hayes Larks tonight, out of Forney, Texas. So he's probably facing a lot of guys that might be familiar to him. He's pitching collegiately at Angelo State. In fact, he's a two-way player in Angelo State. He also will play some outfield down there. He'll start off looking at J.T. Simonelli in from the left side of the plate. So it's a righty versus lefty, and Corey is ready, and the first pitch to Simonelli is swung on and lifted, left side slicing, and the wind is going to have that one sail into the bullpen down the left side, and it's 0-1 to Simonelli.
That's kind of what you were talking about before with that wind. There was the effect right there. I think that might have stayed in if that wind was blowing.
Yeah, that ball had some slice on it, but it certainly got pushed by the wind coming in from right field again. So it will be hard to send anything over the fence in right this evening. Nick Gray played this past season at Dodge City Community College. Well, he did in 24, and he was a two-way player there. So both of these pitchers accomplished as two-way players. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and that one a ball, and it's 1-1.
A lot of these guys are just really good athletes, and I don't know. It seems like years ago, all of a sudden started changing where if you're a pitcher or an athlete and a pitcher, we want you just to pitch.
Here's the pitch, and it hit him. It came inside, and J.T. Simonelli gets plunked by the pitch from Nick Gray, and so a free pass for Lonestar to get us started.
See that right there, fastball right there. It's always tough. We talk about this, we're college, whatever, but the first inning's the toughest inning. It's the toughest inning for a pitcher.
Especially in a game like this caliber, you would imagine the jitters are probably pretty high. Here's Chase Penley now, the second baseman, taking down and in for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. You even see it in the majors, though, Mark, in a game that is not postseason. Just guys sometimes come out in the first inning, they struggle, and they settle in.
Right. Oh yeah, definitely. And then and you'll see, like you said, second, and all of a sudden they look great. The third inning they look great. What happened in that first inning? Well, they're just getting on that mound, like you said, the jitters, getting used to the umpire. It's a lot of factors.
So Gray will work from the stretch with a runner at first. Chase Penley is the batter, a right-handed hitter versus a right-handed pitcher, and the pitch is in there for a strike at 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is what pitchers are working. You kind of find out they might work in that bullpen, then you go over there and all of a sudden, what happened to my off speed or something like that? My fastball is not located.
Penley 4 for 12 in the tournament, starting play tonight. He sends one on the ground to Lissy here at third. He'll throw to second for 1, back to first in time for a 5-4-3 double play. And just like that, the leadoff walk erased on a twin killing and the pitcher's best friend.
Yeah, definitely. That's a in the ground ball right there, and just he got it. That's what he needs, and he has a great defense behind him.
I think another thing about this game tonight and at this field is this turf, Mark. That does change a defensive approach. You'll see guys play a little bit deeper. They don't feel like they have to rush sometimes, and that one got to Lissy quickly and helped out.
Yeah, and you get the true hop, and I think that's the big thing in playing on naturals. You know, you never know what's going to happen.
Here's Josh Livingston taking high and away for a ball, 1-0 to Livingston. He is another one that is familiar with this ballpark. He played the last 2 seasons at Wichita State and put up some very nice numbers, 276, 26 homers, and 87 runs batted in. A ball and a strike to him, and he takes a strike at 91, and that'll even things at 1-1. But Mark, this guy is headed, just to give you an idea again of the talent that we've got tonight, to the University of Texas.
Yeah, and that's an impressive program too. We're seeing a lot of that these days. Teams leaving, kids leaving and going to other teams.
A ball and a strike, and that one a change that misses away. And the count's now 2 balls and a strike.
It's hard to keep up with all this. The colleges on our sheets right here. We're looking at it going, where's he at? Oh, no, he's not there anymore.
It's a very fluid situation anymore, isn't it? The pitch is outside for a ball, and the count's now 3 balls and 1 strike. Lonestar just 1 home run in the tournament. 3-1, and here comes the pitch. And that in there for a strike. But Mark, this is where they've gotten it done for people that want to know how do they get here without, much power. Their combined team earned run average through 5 games is 2.54.
Take that anytime.
Full count. Here's the pitch. Swung on and yanked foul over toward the Lone Star dugout on the first base side. So the count remains full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, I always tell my teams, I said, if you give me defense, give me the pitching, and then we'll figure out the hitting, the execution.
So the count's full. Winding up is Nick Gray after he gets the signal from Lorenzo Rios, and here comes the 3-2 pitch. And that one, strike 3 called at the letters, 90 miles an hour. He brought the heat. That's the first strikeout, and down goes Lone Star. So they got a leadoff walk, but a double play took care of that. Add on a strikeout, and Gray faces the minimum. After an inning, Hayes 1, Lone Star nothing.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
It's the summer sales event. Great time to buy. Nice weekend, Hank?
Spectacular. Took the family camping, courtesy of Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks for 48 years. Morgan?
Baseball tournament. My sport at the Homeland Field.
How about you two?
My bath.
Get 0% APR financing with 0 down and 0 payments for up to 90 days on select Ford vehicles. Plus, get a complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months.
Well, the Hayes Larks pick up a run in the top of the first inning and then face the minimum in the bottom of the first thanks to a double play. So as we head to the second inning, it's 1-0, Hayes with the lead in this semifinal game of the 91st NBC World Series, the winner to face the Hutch Monarchs. And Mark Carvalho, we talked about first inning jitters, so it'll be interesting to see how Trent Collier, who may have been victimized of that in the first inning, responds here in the second.
Well, it's fortunate, too, it's only 1 run, because it could have been a lot worse.
Center fielder Preston Curtis starts things off for Hayes up there from the left side of the plate, and he takes a strike, 0-1. I beg your pardon, Lorenzo Rios, the catcher. It helps to flip the score sheet over. 0-1 to Rios, who checks his swing, but he went around. He didn't check his swing, I should say, and it's 0-2. Rios, Paul Smith, and Tabor Stokes, 6, 7, and 8. That sounds more like it, with Hayes leading by the score of 1-0. Rios 4 for 8 in the tournament, so he's batting at .500, but obviously with just 8 at bats has not played all of it. The pitch swung on and missed, and down he goes. A 3-pitch strikeout, and there's a good start for Trent Collier to the top of the second inning.
Yeah, he gets confidence going right there.
And Mark, he has now struck out 3 in a row.
Well, that's the thing. It's all about adjustments. I mean, he's definitely making them. He's figuring out what pitches work and spotting up, and he could see. He's doing a great job.
So here's Paul Smith, the first baseman. Smith had a breakout season at Rice University this past year. He takes down and in, the right-handed hitter does. It's 1 ball and no strikes. And also, Mark, let's go back to that conversation that Collier's coach had with him out on the mound. He also has struck out 3 since that took place.
Yeah, like I said.
1-0, high and away.
Little advice right there. Just give a little advice, maybe slow down a little, breathe. I mean, just little, subtle things like that coaches tell him.
He's got a cap with a WC on it for Weatherford College, wearing his past season's college team cap as the pitch is swung on and fouled back to the screen. And it's 2-1, so we got a couple of guys that played in the state of Texas this past season. Collier at Weatherford College and Paul Smith at Rice University.
It's amazing where all these players, it's so neat all across the country. You come here to Wichita, Kansas, playing a big tournament like this.
2-1. And the pitch fouled back and out of play. And I mentioned a while ago, the kids that are from Texas or played collegiately in Texas, Mark, probably know a lot of guys on the other side of the dugout.
Oh, yeah. That's how it is anymore. It really is. So they played against them or been in the same league or whatever conference. Sometimes teammates.
2-2. And the pitch lined into left field on a broken bat base hit. And the 1-out single puts Paul Smith aboard at first base. And look out at third base, Major Brignon, because that bat came flying toward him after it was shattered.
And that's always scary as a third baseman. I've been there. The broken bat coming right at you. He had no chance at it, as you can see. He had no chance of getting the ball, but the bat, that was right there.
So here's Tabor Stokes, the shortstop now with a runner at first and 1 away. Stokes hitting at .333 in the tournament, 6 for 18. Throw over to first and back in is Smith. Mark, the significant thing about that is that he's been batting pretty much throughout the entire tournament at the 8th spot, so that's great production from the number 8 guy.
Definitely, and especially down there, you usually get a lot more fastballs.
Speaking of, that one at 86. No balls and a strike to count at the plate to Tabor Stokes. He played down the road at Hutch Community College this past season. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. And that one misses. Boy, that one looked good from up here, but it's called a ball. 1-1. So talking about guys familiar with the opponent, if Hayes plays in the game tomorrow against Hutch, well, here's a guy for the Larks that will know very well a lot of his opponents. Swing and a miss. 85, and it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Doing a good job right now, just mixing it up. Throwing his slider in there.
Stokes hit .280 with 3 homers at Hutch this past season. Also 31 runs batted in. A ball and 2 strikes right now. Here's the pitch outside at 79. As Collier took something off, and that'll even things out. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tabor Stokes next will be heading to Ball State. Runner at first, 1 away. 1-0 Hayes with the lead. Top of the second inning. Here's the pitch, swung on and fouled back to the screen. Mark, when I got here tonight, you could also just feel it with the crowd. The intensity has picked up tonight, and it's gradual throughout the week, obviously. Once we got to elimination play Wednesday and then last night, then you can really feel it watching that first game in the stands tonight.
Yeah, I could feel it, but I could hear it out there when I pulled up. I pulled up during the game, just hear the crowd going crazy.
2 balls and 2 strikes, and the pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. And down goes Tabor Stokes, and that is the 5th strikeout already for Trent Collier, as he has gotten into a nice little groove other than that single a batter ago.
And if you look right there, there's his location in the spot. I always like that center field camera. You can see where the catcher's setting up and see where the ball's going.
So here's C.J. Reed, the number 9 hitter in the order for Hayes, and he swings and misses, and the count is 0-1 to Reed, who is 2 for 15 in the tournament. One of his 2 base hits, though, was a double, and he also has 4 runs batted in. And I don't know this for certain, but I would venture to guess he's been walked with the bases or loaded or hit by a pitch, because that's been happening to the Larks a bunch in this tournament. There's a strike, and it's now 0-2.
The one thing about the Larks, and it's always been this way, especially last year, that championship, is always looked at the approach. You know, how their approaches are. They're very patient, disciplined, but they're aggressive in the zone.
No balls and a strike, and the pitch is chopped over to the first baseman. And right there is Livingston. He'll step on the bag and retire the side for a 3 unassisted. So a 1-out single, all for the Larks in the top of the second. After 1.5, Hayes 1 and Lonestar 0. Well, one of the neat things about this tournament is the history and all of the people that have been a part of it over the years, and the people who have, whether it's playing or coaching or volunteering, and there's a group of folks recognized a little while ago, Mark, here out on the field tonight.
Yeah, I mean, 2005, Grand Prairie. I watched them. Actually, I had a pitcher. I was head coach at Friends University that pitched against them back then and did a great job against them. These guys, they were awesome.
This is alumni weekend at the NBC, so we've got a lot of folks like that out here, and it's great to see him. Preston Curtis starts off the bottom of the second inning for Lonestar, and he first pitch swings and sends one through on the left side into left field. That'll be a base hit. So Curtis wasting no time in getting the first base hit of the game. Comes in the bottom of the second inning on a one-pitch hot hit single to left field. Thomas Lissy, a very accomplished player, but that one just hit too hard on this carpet and he gets by.
Yeah, he gets on turf. It just bounces right through.
So here's the catcher now, Ethan Ho. Right-handed hitter with a very wide open stance. From the stretch is Gray, and he'll throw home, and it's down and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Ethan Ho has his back right foot on the back end of the batter's box, and his front foot is in front of where the front of home plate would be. I mean, he is almost up at the front of the batter's box with his front left foot. 1-0, here's the pitch. Inside part, it's a strike. 1-1.
It definitely strides. I mean, starting his back foot right there, like you said. You can put it right on that line. Which where he strides.
Nick Gray works from the stretch. Smith is holding the runner on, but Gray doesn't pay much attention and throws home, and the pitch is swung on and fouled back and out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I also probably need to say something. That pitcher that I had at played Friends University, his name was John Qualls. I don't know if many people remember John Qualls, but he ended up being the MVP at the tournament. And that's a guy that played at Friends University and pitched against these guys.
The pitch, chopped foul. Any relation to Chad?
No, I don't think so. No.
There's a major leaguer named
Right,
Chad Qualls,
Qualls.
I think, for the White Sox. Maybe
Diamondbacks too. Yeah. John's from Durango area, Bayfield. One of my best players. He's in the Friends Hall of Fame, actually. He got the pitch against Grand Prairie, sorry, and did great.
1-2. Strike 3 called, and boy, did that freeze Ho. He was locked right there in his wide open stance, and down he goes. And the first out of the inning is the second strikeout of the game for Nick Gray.
Yeah, right there. He's just, I guess, guessing right there because he has a fastball right in the middle like that. You got to be ready. You got to swing at anything, especially when you got 2 strikes.
So here's Diego Gonzalez now, and he's a lefty. And the first pitch to Gonzalez is outside for a ball, 1-0. When Hayes won the other night against this Lone Star team, Mark, the 2 teams each had 6 hits, but Hayes outscored them by 7-4. And there's one glaring stat that stands out when you look at the final box score as the pitch is in there for a strike on the inside half, a strike, 1-1. 2 errors for Lone Star in that game and none for Hayes.
Yeah, that just a little thing like that, but 2 errors, that can make a big difference. But that's these kind of teams, and a mistake like that could cost you.
Here's the pitch. Outside at 91, a fastball just misses.
I mean, Steve, you got to realize there's a reason why Hayes is always one of the best teams. One of the, you look at the teams that are always the final teams in the, like Hutch. Why? And it's because usually defense and pitching.
There goes the runner. Here's the pitch. It's outside for a ball. The throw down to second is going to scoot on into center field, and that will be a stolen base for Preston Curtis. Well, he's a center fielder, so you kind of assume the guy probably has some good wheels, and sure enough, he showed him there, and he's in scoring position now and represents the potential game-tying run.
When we talk about that first inning, you're going to be aggressive, very aggressive, and that's what I expect to see the whole game, actually.
Curtis is now perfect in that department as well, 3 for 3 in steals in the tournament. 3-1 the count to Gonzalez with a runner at second, and the pitch swung on and driven high and deep to right field. Sparks is going back, and Sparks is going to look up and watch this one go. The wind has died down, and that might have helped.
Yeah.
But he blasts it anyway, and Lone Star is taking a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, you got to hold that fastball. Look, just hanging right there. Might have been a slider up there. I have to look at it, but man, it was up, and he turned on that. And there's no doubt.
I say it might have helped that there was not much wind now, but I think it would have gone anyway.
Yeah.
And a big celebration over in the first base dugout for Lone Star Kraken as they've taken a 2-1 lead. What a blast for Gonzalez.
Yeah, and he knew that. You could tell he definitely knew that.
That is the second home run of the tournament for Lone Star, is all. Josh Livingston has the other. First pitch now to Kenner Lauterbach is down and away for a ball, 1-0. And boy, did that ignite this crowd. Everybody probably on all sides of the stands here electrified by that blast. There was a no-doubter, like you said. Here's a swing and a high towering fly ball by Kenner Lauterbach into shallow right field. Coming on is Lane Sparks, and he's there. He's got it. And there's the second out of the inning.
Well, and the thing is, when you go into the wind, when you hit, you got backspin. He had some backspin that ball just went right into. There's a slight wind coming in, but it wasn't going to stop it.
24th home run of the NBC World Series. That means $2,400 towards the home runs for Kansas teachers. A great initiative that the NBC has for teachers in Kansas, and $2,400. First pitch here to Cato Ribardi, or to Kenner Lauterbach. And it's 1 ball and no strikes.
That's what we talked about during this tournament. I mean, Lone Star, we've been watching them, and like I say, that first game I watched them play, and I said, man, this team's going to make a little run here.
1-1, the pitch bounced over to first, and Paul Smith is there. He'll grab it and jog to the bag for a 3 unassisted, and the side retired, but not before Diego Gonzalez's big 2-run blast to left. And after 2, his Lonestar team has taken the lead. It's 2-1.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
It's the summer sales event. Great time to buy. Nice weekend, Hank?
Spectacular. Took the family camping, courtesy of Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks for 48 years. Morgan?
Baseball tournament. My sport with the whole infield.
How about you two?
My bass.
Get 0% APR financing with 0 down and 0 payments for up to 90 days on select Ford vehicles. Plus, get a complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months.
Every summer, the NBC World Series comes alive with energy, excitement, and the spirit of baseball. But what makes it truly special? Fans like you. Because of your support, kids get to experience the magic of the game. Your donations power youth clinics, grants, and equipment drives, while sharing Kaiser Carlisle's mantra to play hard and have fun. Together, we honor the legends of the past and preserve the rich history of the NBC World Series for generations to come.
Well, the Hayes Larks have sent 9 to the plate through the first 2 innings. That means they lead off the third with their leadoff hitter in the order stepping up to the plate, and that's Lane Sparks. But for the first time tonight, they trail by a run, and it's 2-1. First pitch to Sparks at 85, but it misses for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. So it's Sparks, Trent Baker, and Thomas Lissy, but with Hayes trailing 1-0. The pitch inside at 87, and it counts now 2 balls and no strikes to Sparks.
I was going to talk about Diego Gonzalez, who hit that home run. He plays at Amarillo College.
Sparks sends this one high on the left side. The wind is going to blow this over toward the foul line and into foul territory, where Major Bignon is there, and he makes the catch 1 away.
Yeah, and I just wanted to bring up the coach there, Brandon Raines, is an old buddy of mine. I've known Brandon for a long time, and the program just started 4 years ago. And I guarantee you he's pretty happy. He's probably watching, and I'll probably get a text from him about it. But, it's kind of neat. I like coaches, and then some of their players are playing right here.
It's one of the neat things about this tournament. Here's Trent Baker. First pitch swinging and fouls one off, 0-1, especially for a coach like you to see so many kids from so many schools and places that you've had associations with throughout your coaching career.
Yeah, that's one of the positives of being around for a long time. You do get to.
Another one sent to the right side and foul out of play.
But no, you get to meet a lot of coaches. And like I said, a lot of coaches I had, good friends. I mean, we got to know each other, work camps together, just competed against each other. Like Brandon Raines used to be a coach years ago at University of St. Mary's. So that's how him and I became friends.
The 0-2 swung on and lifted, foul into the stands over the first base dugout. And that'll be a souvenir, and the count remains no balls and 2 strikes.
And, you try to keep tag with the guys. You try to keep in touch with them. And, they go their certain ways. And Jay Johnson from Louisiana State, national champion. He's an old buddy of mine from Point Loma.
The 0-2 is down low. The count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
So you follow his career, and you go, wow, here he is, national champion. You watch him on TV and say, that's so neat. I know that guy.
1-2 to Baker. He walked, stole 2 bases, then came around to score back in the first inning. And this one comes in up high, and the count's now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hutchinson won earlier tonight over Seattle 3-2. They are in the championship game. And watching this one closely, I'm sure, to see which team they'll play. Here's the 2-2 offering, swung on and a bouncing ball out to short. Lauterbach charges in a couple of hops and throws to first in time. There's a 6-3 putout for the second out of the inning. 2 up and 2 down for Thomas Lissy. And if you're a pitcher, Mark, and you can get through Sparks and Baker, that is huge, and I'll tell you why. Those two are combined 12 for 12 in stolen bases in the tournament, and they just went down back-to-back, and so that's a big accomplishment right there for Lone Star.
Yeah, I was going to say Lonestar Kraken. They know that. Believe me, the coaches know that. It's like big sigh of relief right there.
Now here's a guy that's a tough out. Not much of a base stealer, but Thomas Lissy can hit, and he swings at the first pitch and misses, and the count's 0-1. In fact, one of the big highlights of this entire tournament, not just for Hayes, but for the entire tournament, was Saturday's wild 5-run come-from-behind victory Hayes had over Oklahoma MVP as the pitch down and away, and it's 1-1. And Thomas Lissy, Mark, was a big part of that 6-run top of the 9th inning when he had a 2 RBI single. As it turned out, that was the only base hit they got in a 6-run inning.
Wow, yeah. Did it when it counted, when he needed it, when they needed it.
The 1-1. He thought about it and stayed off just outside. Fastball, and it's 2-1. It was a bloop single down the right field line that scored 2 runs. All of the other runs for Hayes, though, in that inning scored because of bases loaded walks, pass balls, and some shoddy defense as well. 2-1, and the pitch. Swung on and a bouncing ball over to second. To his left is Penley. He'll field, toss to first in time, and down go the Larks. 1, 2, 3, and Trent Collier absolutely has settled in. After 2.5, Lone Star 2 and Hayes 1.
There's something happening in Wichita. Excitement, movement, a vibe. A city that offers amazing experiences delivered with heart. Come see the place we love. We think you'll love it too. Discover more at visitwichita.com.
Every summer, the NBC World Series comes alive with energy, excitement, and the spirit of baseball. But what makes it truly special? Fans like you. Because of your support, kids get to experience the magic of the game. Your donations power youth clinics, grants, and equipment drives, while sharing Kaiser Carlisle's mantra to play hard and have fun. Together, we honor the legends of the past and preserve the rich history of the NBC World Series for generations to come.
Have you ever needed to stop or change the way you do something you love because of aches, pains, or injury? The physical therapists at Select Physical Therapy are here to get you back to work, life, and your favorite activities. Most importantly, your goals are their goals. Their movement experts will listen and develop an individualized treatment plan so you can heal. Begin care faster by requesting an appointment today at selectphysicaltherapy.com. Experience the power of physical therapy at Select Physical Therapy.
Ready now for the bottom of the second inning from Wichita. Nick Gray out there after giving up 2 in the bottom of the second. Now heads to the bottom of the third. And his Hayes Larks trailing now by the score of 2-1. And we'll see what Gray looks like in the third inning. He'll start with the very bottom of the order with Major Brignon, the third baseman for Lone Star. Gray is setting through the windup. Here comes the first pitch of the bottom of the third inning. And it is a strike as Brignon tried to check his swing and didn't. First base umpire says he went around far enough, and it's 0-1.
You know, there's so much more left to this game. It's only 1-run game, but I mean, right now, Lonestar Kraken, they're just trying to keep, like I said, get some separation going.
The pitch outside, way outside, and it's even now 1 ball and 1 strike.
And I think the key for both teams is getting that leadoff guy on. Get that leadoff guy on and try to, both of them generate something.
Really sets the table. The pitch swung on and missed. And the count's now 1-2. That's especially true for Hayes, Mark, with as aggressive as they are stealing bases and all the stolen bases they have. Getting that leadoff batter aboard will be huge tonight and tomorrow night for whoever plays. The pitch outside for a ball. And it's 2-2. In fact, looking through the starting lineup, now this isn't the entire team, Mark, but just the starting lineup. I'm going to throw something at you that's pretty impressive for the Hayes Larks. Here's the 2-2. Took something off, strike 3 called, and boy, did Brignon know it. He was frozen, and down he goes, and he's caught looking for the first out of the inning. Third strikeout of the game for Nick Gray. Now back to the top of the order with J.T. Simonelli. The Hayes Larks, Mark, are 20 of 21 in stolen base attempts in the tournament.
That's amazing.
Here's the first pitch to Simonelli, and it's taken for a ball 1-0. Now, that is just the starters in the game tonight.
Yeah.
But still, that's not bad.
And that shows what their philosophy is, what they want to do.
Here's the 1-0. Simonelli takes a strike at the knees, 1-1. In fact, that is the entire team. There are no bench players that have attempted a stolen base. So for the tournament, the entire team, 20 of 21. One and one to count to Simonelli. Here's the pitch. Chopped foul at the plate. Simonelli walked back in the first inning. The count here is 1-2. Nick Gray has an interesting windup and delivery, Mark. He is very slow at the beginning, almost a hesitation, and then he comes through it the rest of the way, almost like Clayton Kershaw, except Kershaw taps the ground on his way through, and Gray doesn't do that, but there is that hesitation.
You're right there, that little hesitation right there. You're just sitting there, you're starting to stride. You just got to keep your hands back and just go with it.
Pitch up high, and the count's now even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Simonelli is heading back home to Northwestern State in Louisiana next. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. Up high for a ball. That'll fill the count at 3-2. He played last season at South Arkansas College, but he's from the state of Louisiana, so he's going to head to Natchitoches and play for the Demons at Northwestern State next year. Here comes the full count, 3-2 pitch from Nick Gray. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And back-to-back strikeouts for Gray, and he's got 4 strikeouts now. 1 in each of the first 2 innings, and back-to-back strikeouts here to start the third.
Just fastball up, right there.
Is that what they call high cheese, Mark?
High cheese right there, yep. I know that's what we used to call it a lot. I don't know today. I don't know. But the term is, I'll have to find out and catch up on that.
Chase Penley takes the first pitch as strike, and it looks like Gray is settling into a nice little groove. Whatever he's throwing, whatever you call it. He's throwing strikes this bottom of the third.
Well, you look at each pitcher is giving up one hit, one big hit. You know, of course, his was the home run.
The pitch swung on and missed, and he's mixing it up too, coming with fastballs, and then that one tailing it away to the right-handed hitter, swung on and missed.
And if you notice their pitches now, they're working there, using different pitches. You have to have usually 3 good pitches to be a starter.
Here's the 0-2 with nobody on and 2 outs. Fouled back to the screen. Penley barely got a piece of it, and the count remains 0-2. 2-1 Lone Star with the lead. Bottom of the third inning. Kraken up there looking for more. Each team with 2 hits. Lone Star with that big home run the last inning from Diego Gonzalez to lead 2-1. Here's the pitch, just a bit outside. Rios tried to frame it, but it appeared it was just a bit away.
Hear the fans out there, they're pretty vocal.
Again, the farther this tournament goes on, the more intense everybody is, players, fans as well. The pitch swung on and driven into the gap in right center field. Moving over to his right is going to be Sparks, and he's not going to get there. He'll have to short hop it, and rounding first, heading to second now, and sliding in is Penley. He's got a 2-out double.
Yeah, I was going to say, great out of the box hustle. You could see that, and because you think it's probably just going to be a single or something like that. He said no. Watch.
Well, he hit it in a great spot to get a double. If you're not going to hit it real deep, he hit it high, but right in between Duncan in center and Sparks in right. They both had a long way to go, and so that gave Penley time to round first and motor into second, and he's got a 2-out double. So here's Josh Livingston now, who steps in from the left side of the plate with the runner in scoring position. Third hit of the game for Lone Star, and the pitch just outside for a ball. And that's just great hustle again, Mark, because there's 2 outs, and you're thinking if you stop at first, you're going to have to steal second anyway, and he just took care of that.
Well, you just said, put him in scoring position. He's in scoring position, and he put himself right there at that hustle.
1-0, and the pitch, bouncing ball over to first, just inside the bag. Played well by Paul Smith behind the bag. He'll field and step on the bag for a 3 unassisted putout, and no damage done for Hayes after the 2-out double. We'll head to the fourth. Lone Star 2, Hayes 1.
The Taco Bell Cravings Value Menu. 10 choices, each just $3 or less. Starring the cheesy double beef burrito. Double the seasoned beef, all the cheesiness, and so much craveable flavor. Get it on the Cravings Value Menu, only at Taco Bell.
Top of the fourth inning from X Stadium in Wichita, 2-1 the score. Lonestar Kraken with the lead over the Hayes Larks in this semifinal matchup with the championship game tomorrow. The Hutch Monarchs awaiting the winner of this one. If Hayes wins, it'll be a rematch of last year's championship game won by Hayes. But Lonestar has other ideas, Mark, and they're off to a good start so far.
Oh, yeah. And that's, like I said, didn't we still a third of the way right now? So, I mean, we still have some great baseball ahead, folks. I mean, like I said, I can't predict who's going to win this game, but I can guarantee it's going to come down to the end, last couple innings. You'll see.
Designated hitter Brady Kreitzer will get things started for the Larks here in the top of the fourth inning. First pitch to Kreitzer is a fastball by Collier that just misses at 87. 1 ball and no strikes. Kreitzer, Caleb Duncan, and Lorenzo Rios, the middle part of the order for the Larks. 4, 5, and 6 down by a run. Here's the pitch, and that one just missed at 86. 2 balls and no strikes to Kreitzer. Turned into a cool night in Wichita again with the wind out of the northeast blowing in from right field. There's the pitch, and it's a strike at the knees, and it's now 2-1. 72 degrees. Now, Mark, we may get into the 60s before this game is over. Here's the pitch. High and away.
Yeah, I brought a jacket just in case. You never know.
Fortunately, no rain in the forecast. We had plenty of that last Friday night, but not any foreseeable tonight. Here's the pitch. High and away, ball 4. And Collier was going with the fastballs there mostly, Mark, and he missed enough that'll send Kreitzer down. And we talked last inning about getting the leadoff batter aboard, and I don't know that Kreitzer's a threat to steal, but he is the leadoff batter on first base.
Well, and they also have somebody in the bullpen right now for Lone Star. Because we don't know how far Collier can go. We don't know what his pitch count is or whatever.
So here's Caleb Duncan, the center fielder, with a runner at first base. And the pitch is a strike. The corner infielders came in as Kreitzer was showing bunt.
Yeah, let's see if we got.
But the pitch was a strike, and it's 0-1. There is a southpaw loosening up down in the Lone Star Kraken bullpen. I didn't get to see a number. Don't know if you did. Here's the pitch, and swinging away is Duncan, and he sends this one foul and out of play, and it's 0-2, and that most likely will take the bunt away. Although earlier in this tournament, Mark, I saw somebody bunting with 2 strikes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I've done that. Done that. You need to get it down. Get it down the first time.
Well, Duncan's not. He swings at the next offering and lines it foul over the bullpen down the right side, and the count remains no balls and 2 strikes.
I've followed Hayes for years. I've known Frank Leo for years, and he will bunt. He will do it. He did that last year in the championship game. So,
not a big lead at first for Kreitzer, especially with a left-handed pitcher up, but he is going to head to second. Here's the throw and the tag, and he's safe. And Brady Kreitzer indeed proves me wrong and steals a base, although had that throw been to the first base side of the bag, he might not have made it, but give Kreitzer credit, a stolen base for him.
Yeah, just on the wrong side right there. That makes it an easy call.
1-2 the count at the plate to Duncan, and he sends this one high and deep to left center field. Moving back to his right and diving is Curtis, and he makes the catch. Diving in right to left center field. The runner will tag, but what a catch by Preston Curtis in left center field, diving to his right.
That was a beautiful catch. That's one of those ESPN highlight type films right there.
And if he doesn't make that catch, Duncan is probably still running around the bases, but look on the replay at the dive in center field by Preston Curtis. And even look at that on the replay, Caleb Duncan pointed out to Curtis and said, well done. That's what I used to do when I played here. Duncan, right? Duncan, a former Shocker.
Oh, yeah. Well, here we got the infield in.
That's the first out of the inning, so Lorenzo Rios is up, and Rios bounces one to second. The infield's playing in. The only throw will be to first, and it's just in the nick of time. Well, a nice job by Chase Penley. He charged in on that bouncing ball and looked to third, and the runner, Kreitzer, was bluffing like he was coming home. He didn't come home, and then they threw to first just in time for a 4-3 putout.
Well, it's a safety squeeze type situation right now. It wasn't a suicide because it wasn't going from, I mean, it would have been double play easy, probably. I mean, it could have been, right there coming in hard from third base. But it was a safety squeeze where it's a read, and that's what happened. He read it, went back to third, and they got the out. So just didn't execute. He got the ball up in the air.
So here's Paul Smith now. Smith has already seen one pitch. It was a strike, and then he swings at the second one and fouls it off onto the right side. And the count's 0-2. Well, this is a big stretch in the game right here. You would think Mark Carvalho, with pitching as good as it's expected to be tonight, we ought to see a very closely contested game. And Hayes has a runner at third with 2 outs. Can they get him home to tie the score? The pitch to Smith, high and away for a ball.
Yeah, and anytime you put a bunt up in the air, that's scary. It is scary and all that. And like I said, I like what Frank Leo's thinking right there. It's an element of surprise. Trying to get that run in.
A ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Inside edge, strike 3, and Smith can't believe it. And down he goes, and Hayes strands a runner at third base. And boy, is Trent Collier settled in after some early jitters. And Hayes goes down with a runner at third.
See how they went inside right there. He hit his spot. Perfect.
After 3.5, Lone Star 2, Hayes 1. Well, Lone Star Kraken coming to bat in the bottom of the 4th inning with a little momentum, not just because of the 2-1 lead they have from their offense, but what happened in the top half of the 4th inning, forcing Hayes to strand a runner at third. And now cleanup hitter Preston Curtis leads off the bottom of the 4th inning for Lone Star, leading Hayes by the score of 2-1. The first pitch from Gray into Curtis is down and in for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Part of the Lone Star order, Curtis, Ethan Ho, and Diego Gonzalez, 4, 5, and 6 here in the inning, with Lone Star trying to add to their 2-1 lead. Gray through the windup and delivers, and the pitch swung on and fouled straight back and out of play. And the count's 0-2.
Yeah, Steve, I was thinking about this. Whoever wins games like this, who executes, who doesn't. I'm not taking, unless you're walking, you have a walkathon or hit-a-thon, whatever, people, hitting people or something like that.
1-1, here's the pitch. Swung on and a bouncing ball up the middle. Stokes to his left. He'll field behind the bag at second. Throw to first, sidearm in time for a 6-3 put out, one away. That's a good job by Stokes, Mark, because he had to cover a lot of ground to get to that bouncing ball.
He's on the run.
Moving behind the bag at second, then the sidearm toss to first. So 1 up, 1 down. Now here's Ethan Ho. That's a big first out for a couple of reasons, Mark, as the first pitch to Ho is outside for a ball. Partly because Curtis singled and has good speed. He stole second base his last time up. Another reason that's a big leadoff out is because the next batter up is Gonzalez, who hit that 2-run homer in the last inning, or a couple of innings ago anyway. 1-0 to Ho. Here's the pitch. Another one outside.
But again, if you look at baseball, what I was getting at, it's like if you look at baseball, you make your defensive plays, but like right there, you had the runner on third, didn't execute the bunt. Didn't, you know what I mean? And so it's execution or non-execute, and that's going to make a difference, I think, in close games that are, these teams going to the championship.
The pitch swung on and driven high and deep to very left field. Look out scoreboard as this one nearly hits it, or maybe it did. A solo homer for Ethan Ho and another run for Lonestar, and they're now up by 2, 3-1. Boy, we have seen 2 home runs that were no doubters tonight, Mark, and that one to left field, and it got out of here in a hurry as well.
And I've been telling people, these guys can hit. When they barrel it up, they drive the ball, even though they're not a lot of home runs, right? I mean, but they've been hitting hard line drives and just hitting the ball well.
That is just the second home run of the NBC for this team.
Yep.
And it was to left, and again, no question about it. So 3-1 Lone Star with the lead, and here's Diego Gonzalez, who has the other home run for Lone Star. That came a couple of innings ago. Gray through the windup. Now time is called. And the 25th home run of the NBC means $2,500 in home runs for Kansas teachers. One of those 25, at least, was an inside the park home run. Mark, I happened to call that earlier in the tournament. Don't see those too often.
No. Those are exciting. Good to do that.
Very exciting. We end up calling so many games that it's hard to go back sometimes and remember which one it was, especially when you've got baseball around the clock and everything. A lot of things end up being a blur, but I remember that the batter hit the ball in the gap in right center field, and the right fielder and the center fielder collided with each other. The ball landed in between them and rolled all the way to the fence, and the batter happened to have a lot of speed, whoever it was, and he made it all the way around the bases for an easy stand-up inside the park home run. But this guy doesn't need speed when he can hit it the way he did last time. Diego Gonzalez, a long home run to right field, and he's up there now with his team leading by the score of 3-1. After the conversation out on the mound, and the first pitch to Gonzalez from Gray is inside for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes.
Just kind of see how they're pitching him right now, a little off speed.
Gray gets the sign and delivers to Gonzalez.
Whoa.
And that one got the home plate umpire. For some reason, Rios didn't catch that. It didn't bounce in. Maybe something was pitched that Rios, the catcher, wasn't expecting.
Well, I don't know if they got mixed up right there, maybe. I don't know. It kind of looked like that.
Hopefully the home plate umpire's okay. The count's 3 balls and no strikes now at the plate with nobody on, 1 out, and Lone Star with a solo home run by the last batter, Ethan Ho. They lead 3-1. The pitch, and that one is ball 4, and that one was close. I think the Hayes fans, coaches, and the dugout not real happy with that ball 4 call. It was awfully close, but it is ball 4.
You can see the coaching staff down there for Hayes. They're giving their opinion what they thought about that. Of course, Frank Leo's on the end of the dugout there. He's definitely let them know.
And he was barking at one of the home plate umpires earlier in the tournament who had to tell him to go back to the dugout. Kenner Lauterbach is the batter now with a runner at first and 1 away, and he takes a strike, 0-1. Mark Lonestar had one collective home run the entire tournament before tonight, and now we're in the 4th inning and they got 2 this evening. Here's the pitch. Just missed outside with a fastball.
You know, and that's baseball, though. You and I were talking about that wind coming in. We probably wouldn't see too many balls flying out here. We've seen 2 of them already.
You just never know. A ball and a strike. Through the stretch goes Gray. Wind still is blowing in from right field. Not a stiff breeze, but noticeable. And the pitch up high for a ball. And it's 2 balls and a strike to Gonzalez. As Mark pointed out earlier, Diego Gonzalez at Amarillo College this past season. And here's another one, Mark. He didn't hit any home runs this past college season.
Wow, that's pretty remarkable.
The pitch misses, low and away, and it's now 3 balls and a strike.
When I talked to Coach Raines, his college coach, I'll have to tell him that.
3 balls and a strike. Gray through the stretch. Here comes the pitch. And that one is low. Ball 4. So after the home run, back-to-back walks for Gray. And you wonder, is he rattled or is he run out of gas? Either way, things not going his way. There is activity down in the Hayes bullpen. And Lonestar has first and second with 1 away. And here comes Cato Robardi. Robardi 0 for 1. He grounded out to first his first time up back in the 2nd inning. And now time has been called, and there's going to be a conversation out on the mound.
Yeah, a little more time right now for the Hayes pitchers. I can't see who it is, a lefty.
There is a southpaw warming up down in the bullpen for the Hayes Larks. Of course, the Larks coached by Frank Leo. Their assistants are Keith Harper, Andy Luton, Ben Tinius, and Mark Cirillo. And that is Brooks Jones, a left-hander out of Lawrence, warming up down in the bullpen and a product of Hutch Junior College. And they're going to go his way. So they went the distance, as much time as they could take before the home plate umpire said, let's get a move on, and now Hayes makes the change. So a pitching change being made here in the bottom of the 4th inning with the Lonestar Kraken leading the Hayes Larks by the score of 3-1.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. We have Brooks Jones in the game, lefty from Lawrence, Kansas, 6'3", 210 from Hutchinson Community College. And he's a freshman, Steve, I would say. like I say, he's got all kinds of guys. I've got experienced guys in there, got some young guys in there. So we'll see what Mr. Jones here can do.
Throwing him right into the fire here in the semifinals of the NBC World Series with a trip to the championship game on the line. So Jones, the lefty, is on, trying to stop the bleeding with Hayes trailing by the score of 3-1. And to make matters worse, Lonestar with runners at first and second and one out here in the bottom of the fourth inning. The first batter Jones will face is Cato Robardi, a right-handed hitting left fielder. And Robardi takes down and away for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. 4 hits on the night for Lonestar, and 2 of them are home runs.
Yeah, this is a big inning right here. I mean, as we get later into the game, you know, we talk about separation.
The stretch, the pitch, down and in for a ball. And the count's now 2-0. The infield not holding either of the runners on as they're looking for a ground ball double play, but with Jones being off the mark both times, time has been called, and his catcher Rios is out from behind the plate to talk to him. Brooks Jones appeared in 13 games at Hutch Junior College this past season, started 3 of them. His record was 1-1. 17 and a third innings pitched for Jones and an 8.83 earned run average. He's out of Lawrence, Kansas again, and those numbers from his recently wrapped up freshman season at Hutch. 2 balls and no strikes, the count to Robardi, and the pitch. That one was close again, and boy, that might draw some more barking from the Hayes dugout.
Yeah,
that one looked awfully good, Mark.
Yeah, you're just looking at the body language of Frank Leo. He's not real thrilled right now, of course.
Jones is in danger of loading the bases. There's a pitch on the outside edge that's called a strike at 84, and some mock applause from the Hayes fans. It's 3-1.
And like I said, we talked before, you know, it's do or die. I mean, trying to get into that championship game, so they get somebody else going in the bullpen. And they have the arms. They got enough guys there that could do this.
3 balls and a strike. Here comes the pitch, down and in, ball 4, and that's going to be a walk. That'll send the runners up 90 feet. Down to third goes Gonzalez. Down to second goes Lauterbach on the walk to Robardi. And another bad thing about this for Hayes, Mark, this is all happening down at the bottom part of the Lonestar order. So now the number 9 hitter, Brignon, is up, and there's only 1 out. The on-deck hitter is the leadoff batter, JT Simonelli.
Yeah, the more you walk, the more closer you get to that leadoff. But the whole thing is, how many times you've seen a Hayes team walk 3 guys in a row? You just haven't seen that.
After a home run on top of that. So here's Brignon, and the first pitch to him is down for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Hayes pitchers now, both of them, Gray and now Jones, having trouble finding the zone. Brooks Jones, 6'3", 210, as Mark pointed out. The pitch is down and away. 2 balls and no strikes.
Like I said, this is a huge situation right now. I mean, if you're Kraken, you just want to get that big hit. You keep getting some more separation in the runs. Run difference.
2-0. Way outside, ball 3. And now 1 more ball away from walking him in. I would almost certainly think Brignon, the number 9 hitter, is going to be taking right here.
Yeah, who is out there in the bullpen right there? It's number 31. It's Trey Watson. They're trying to get him to hurry up.
3-0, and here comes the pitch. Outside, ball 4, and a bases-loaded walk, and Brignon, the number 9 hitter, draws a walk. That's 4 free passes in a row. A run comes home on that one. Gonzalez will score from third, and it's now 4-1. Lonestar with the lead, and Simonelli, the leadoff hitter in the order, will step up now.
We just talked about last inning about, you know, you're not going to see many games usually that walk-a-thon. Remember, we were talking about that. But right now, that's what we're seeing, 4 straight.
And Simonelli takes the ball down and in. Boy, this has really gone from bad to worse for Hayes. Jones just cannot find the zone through the stretch. Here comes the pitch way inside. That one almost hit him, and it's 2-0. Lorenzo Rios, the catcher, is even looking down in the bullpen. Can I get some help? He slowly walked out in front of the plate to throw that back to the pitcher, trying to buy some time, and he did look down into the bullpen. Here's the 2-0. And that one down low, and the count's now full, or 3-0, and time's been called again. And Hayes may not even wait to get to the next batter. They aren't. They're going to make the pitching change now.
Yeah, right now, and I don't know if he's fully loosened up out there because we saw him over there and they were trying to hurry him up. And
well, that's not what they envisioned when they brought Brooks Jones on. So he only faces 3 batters, well, 2 plus 3 pitches to another, and another pitching change being made. So Lone Star with a chance to really blow this one open in the bottom of the 4th inning. They're up 3 with the bases loaded.
BMA's residential cleaning service knows there's no place like home, especially when your home is cleaned by our experienced staff. From floor to ceiling, we've got you covered. Learn more at bmasclean.com. BMA's Cleaning Sports, PBS, Kansas. Seriously good TV.
There's Trey Watson, the right-handed relief pitcher for the Hayes Larks out of Beauregard, Alabama, and pitching collegiately at the University of Mobile. He did, as his career appears to have wrapped up on the roster for Hayes. It says he is graduated, and he is now really faced in quite a pickle, to put it lightly. Mark Cavallo, the bases are loaded for Lone Star with only 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and Hayes trailing by 3.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's just looking for that. They'll probably play the corners in, trying to get double play. Because they I keep using that word separation because right now it's 4-1, and if you can keep it right there, you still have a lot of ball game left. And, Hayes can play. I mean, they can hit, but you cannot let them have this big hit right here. And if you're Lone Star, the ball's in your court right now, so to speak, because you're going to get a good pitch. You got runners on base.
So J.T. Simonelli is the first batter that Watson will face. And the pitch is swung on and missed. That's exactly what Hayes needed, is a big strike, at least to get it started. Now the count's 3-1. Remember, Watson came on with the count 3-0. So they still need him to do a little more work. He stretches. Here comes the pitch. Change up outside, and there's ball 4. So he was good for 1 strike, but the second one missed way away. Another bases loaded walk, and another run comes home for Lone Star. They lead now by the score of 5-1.
Yep, that's not what you want right now, but so you look for a big play and you get the top of the order, which that's the tough part. A guy just had a double last inning, wasn't it?
Chase Penley takes a strike, 0-1. So they're still loaded. At the corners, they play even with the bag. Up the middle, they play at normal depth, looking for a double play. 0-1 to Penley, who's 1 for 2 tonight. Here's the pitch, and that one is down low, and that'll even things up now at 1 ball and 1 strike.
You're going to see a lot more activity in that bullpen of Hayes.
Trey Watson made 16 appearances in 3 seasons at the University of Mobile, his senior season this past year. Here's the pitch, swung on and fouled, backing out of play. And the count's now 1-2. Watson won 6 games and lost 3 in his career at the University of Mobile, and all of them this past season in very limited action in 23 and 24. 1-2. The stretch, the pitch, way outside. Slider, good stop that time by Rios. Mark sliding to his right, keeping that one from getting behind him.
Yeah, and that looks like being a catcher. You got to be able to block everything, and every pitch can be bad. You got to think that way and be ready.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Through this stretch goes Watson. Nobody holding the runners on again. The pitch swung on and missed, strike 3, and a big strikeout there as Penley chasing one, tailing down and away to the right-handed hitter, and 2 away. So here's Josh Livingston now, who is the 9th batter to bat in the inning for Lone Star. They've scored 3 times, and they've got the bases loaded. And Livingston up there now. Stretching is Watson, and he'll fire home, and that one inside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes.
Now, if they can get out of this with Livingston and get him out, you look at it, I don't know if they're going to come back. The Lone Star Kraken's going to come back with Collier. They're right there, but he's had a long inning. He's had a long inning sitting there.
Watson to Livingston, swung on and missed. And a strike at 73. Watson bringing the off-speed stuff, and it seems to be effective. So the count's 1 ball and 1 strike. Obviously the infield is retreated now. Everybody at normal depth with 2 away. Here comes the pitch. Fastball outside. That one at 83, but the outside edge. It caught the edge, and it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. If Hayes can get out of this, having given up just 3, that still will feel like it could have been a lot worse. A ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And that one misses low. Considering Lone Star had the bases loaded and 1 away, now they're loaded with 2 outs, and on the verge is Hayes of maybe escaping with just the 3 runs. I say just because the bases are loaded. And they're up at the top part of the order for Lone Star. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Just missed. And again, the Hayes faithful not happy with that, and the count's full.
There you go. Bases loaded. 3-2.
So the merry-go-round will start. Robardi will get his start from third. Brignon from second. Simonelli from first on the 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. Lone Star leading 5-1. There go the runners. Here comes the pitch. Missed again, ball 4. And another bases loaded walk. That one was not quite as close as the previous pitch. And now Lone Star has batted around, and they lead by the score of 6-1. So Robardi scores. Down to third goes Brignon. Down to second goes Simonelli. And now here's Preston Curtis, the cleanup hitter, with a real chance to do some damage. The pitch lined into left field. That's through for a base hit. That's going to score 2 on an RBI single, a 2 RBI single for Preston Curtis. And indeed, Lone Star has opened up a 7-run lead. It's 8-1.
Yeah, whoever would have thought this would happen. It's one of my biggest things, prevent the big inning. And right now, Hayes cannot do that, and it's still not over. The timely hits right now.
So Simonelli scores from second. Easily scoring was Brignon from third. Down to second goes Livingston. And now here's Ethan Ho, who had a home run earlier this inning. And the first pitch to Ho is in there for a strike, 0-1. Ho had a home run with 1 out earlier this inning. It was a 2-run shot. Or excuse me, it was a solo. And now he swings and sends a towering high fly ball into the night sky. Out at shortstop, it's Stokes calling and catching. Side retired. But what an inning for Lone Star as they bring home 6, including Ethan Ho's long blast to left field. Lookout scoreboard. We go to the 5th. Lone Star all over Hayes. They lead by 7.
When you look for a place to learn, train, and grow, you need something that fits with your life. At Butler Community College, we want you to reach your goals in the most affordable way possible. That's why we keep our tuition rates low, so you don't have to stress about your future.
It's why we offer hundreds of scholarship opportunities for pursuing your passion.
And it's why we work hard to provide a professional higher education at a lower price tag. Butler Community College. Real college, really affordable.
Well, the task should be easy for Trent Collier now. As we move to the 5th inning, his team has given him a 7-run lead, 8-1. There were a couple of home runs hit by Lonestar earlier in the contest, but a lot of walks, a few of them with the bases loaded, and particularly that bottom of the 4th inning, Mark Cavallo. And now the task for Collier, just come out and throw strikes.
Yeah, and like I said, in that long, he had a long inning, so we'll see how he comes back on that. Sometimes I usually have a pitcher go out in the bullpen and just play, called rainbow, just play, keep your arm loose. We'll see how he comes back and how he does this. If he can shut him down, it's going to be tough. But the whole thing for Hayes, they can't get it all back. Try to get it back in one inning. Just try to get a couple here and there. They'll be right back in this game.
Tabor Stokes, the number 8 hitter in the order, will lead off for the Larks, and he takes the first pitch from Collier, who does just what he's asked, throws strikes, a first pitch strike, 0-1 to Stokes, who was a strikeout victim back in the 2nd inning. And the pitch. That one misses a little high, and it's 1-1. Mark Stokes struck out in the 2nd inning, okay? At that time, he was the 5th strikeout victim for Trent Collier already in just the 2nd inning. Now he lines one through the middle and almost took the head off of Collier, and a leadoff base hit for Hayes as Stokes is aboard at first. Collier, though, struck out the side in the 1st. He did give up a run, but struck out the side in the 1st and then struck out 2 more in the 2nd, and Stokes was the 2nd of those. But Stokes is aboard now, a leadoff base hit. Now here's C.J. Reed.
And the thing that could change right now is the aggressiveness right now, because when you're down this many runs, you don't want to steal and get thrown out.
First pitch to Reed is high and away for a ball, 1-0. And one of the great things about that miraculous come-from-behind victory by Hayes last Saturday is now they remember that something like this deficit is very possible to overcome. The pitch chopped at the plate, foul, and it's 1-1 because they did it less than a week ago. Down by
they remember that.
5 runs in 1 inning, they scored 6.
Yep. Well, the coaching staff for Hayes are thinking, how are we going to stop him? We just got to stop him. We stop him because you got to have confidence in your offense.
1 ball and 1 strike. The count is C.J. Reed. There goes the runner. Here's the pitch. It's inside, and then Ho drops the ball on the exchange from the glove to his throwing hand. That'll be an easy stolen base for Tabor Stokes, and he's down at second base.
So it just shows right there they're not going to change. They're not going to sit there and be conservative. They're going to be aggressive, and that's what he did right there, and it gets him out of the double play.
2 balls and a strike. The count to Reed. C.J. Reed heading to Ohio State next. After spending time at Butler College, he takes a strike, and it's 2-2. Now, some might say you're down 7 runs, though. You need to string a lot of hits together. Is it really worth the risk of trying to steal?
Yeah, and that's the point. That's, somebody gets thrown, and then you go, hey, what are you doing that for,
The 2-2 misses away.
Called a balk.
Oh, they called a balk. You're right.
They didn't seem to...
I may have seen more balks in this tournament the last week than I've seen in my entire life.
I don't think before that he didn't see him. He didn't pause. Just kind of his motion. And I'm sure they're talk about that. Let's keep an eye out.
The pitch, and that one up high, and the count's now full at 3-2. And there's Frank Leo chatting with one of his assistant coaches with the count now full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And that one just missed on the edge. And C.J. Reed, Mark, out of the 9 spot, draws a walk, and he'll head down to first. Now runners at the corners for Hayes with nobody out. And back to the top of the order they go with Lane Sparks.
Yeah, and see the bullpen right now is going...
And it looks like that's going to do it for Trent Collier. The bullpen coming on. Pitching change being made here in the top of the 5th inning with Hayes down 7, but they're threatening with 2 on and nobody out.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
It's the summer sales event. Great time to buy. Nice weekend, Hank?
Spectacular. Took the family camping, courtesy of Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks for 48 years. Morgan?
Baseball tournament. Mike Sport with the whole infield.
How about you two?
Mud bath.
Get 0% APR financing with 0 down and 0 payments for up to 90 days on select Ford vehicles. Plus, get a complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months.
Cade Irons is the southpaw pitcher on for Lonestar out of Ponder, Texas via Weatherford Community College. So he will come on now, Mark. And you brought up an interesting point earlier when Lonestar was having that big inning at the plate in the last half inning when they scored 6. Did that force Trent Collier to sit too long to be crisp coming out here in the top of the 5th inning? And you wonder about that now. He's been pulled.
Yeah, and I don't know. It could have been a good 20 minutes, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes that he's sitting there, and sometimes your arm gets a little stiff right there, and you just need to get out and just stay loose. But I think he did his job. He gave him the lead, obviously, and it's up to his teammates. And that's the big question I had with Kraken, because I've seen him hit. How strong is their pitching? And I guess we're going to find this out in this game right now, especially this situation with the 1st and 3rd no outs. And like I said, if things get a couple, I'm talking about if Hayes can get a couple runs, they're back in this. I mean, you're never out of it.
Cade Irons appeared in 8 games at Weatherford College this past season. And now he was tasked with trying to retire Lane Sparks, the leadoff hitter in the order for Hayes, and the first pitch looks good at 85 across for a strike, 0-1. Sparks is 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out and popped out to 3rd. Sparks hitting .235 when play started tonight in the NBC. He was 4 for 17, now 4 for 19 as he takes a strike. And he's quickly behind in the count, 0-2. I think the Hayes fans now feel like those were some balls if Hayes were pitching. Heard a little more come on blue out there by the Hayes faithful.
Yeah, they're thinking umpire has a tight strike zone.
0-2 with runners now at the corners and 1 away, and the throw will be over to first. And back in easily is C.J. Reed.
Again, it's tough being an umpire, and I think the umpires, they're calling the game for each team the same.
Here's the pitch. And that one looked good, but called a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Perhaps a bit outside.
Yeah.
So the count's 1-2. Through the stretch, Irons, another throw over to first. He's keeping close tabs on C.J. Reed over at first base. So the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Right now, you have a 7-run lead. And I don't know. I like my guys focusing more on
there goes the runner to second. Now they've got him picked off as he slides into the bag. That'll be a 1-3-6 put out. And boy, is that costly for Hayes. And again, there's the argument. And I'm not going to say my baseball knowledge is better than Frank Leo, but some might say down by 7. Do you need to be doing that? You need a lot of base hits anyway. And there's 1 base runner now that's been erased.
Yeah. Like I said, I just don't think he would sit there do a delay or anything, or steal right there.
Now the ball gets away from Ho on the next pitch, and that's going to allow the runner to come home from 3rd. Although that's also partly frustrating for Hayes. They could have had a runner at second without trying to steal. Nonetheless, the Larks get a run back. It's 8-2.
And that's the point I was bringing up with the pitcher anyway, just trying to, get the hitter out. Just go ahead. He had a 7-run lead, but obviously the guy broke, and you got a lefty. And the other thing is you got a lefty pitcher that's facing you, and you don't need to, like you said, take that big leap out there.
2-2 to Sparks, and he lifts this one high, a towering fly ball, but it's going to get back into the stands over the screen behind the plate. And the count is even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the inning started off with a lot of promise for Hayes. They had first and second, nobody out. Then a balk sent a runner to third, runners at the corners, nobody out. But a caught stealing, 1-3-6. And then the runner from third did eventually score in a wild pitch, but now the bases are clear. They've got to start over. Pitch is outside for a ball, and the count's now full at 3-2.
Again, you're going to see, we're trying to see how Kraken's pitching. Lonestar Kraken, depth in pitching.
Pitch tipped at the plate. Sparks barely got a piece of it, and the count's still full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And I think sometimes players think, oh, we got to catch, we got to score 6 runs in this inning to catch up, or, just little by little.
We're just in the top of the 5th inning.
Yeah.
Plenty of baseball left. Irons stretches with nobody on base. And there is strike 3 called, and I think Lane Sparks is looking at the home plate umpire saying that's been a ball all night long. It's been a very tight zone. It wasn't there, and Sparks is caught looking. But as you touched on, Mark, umpiring is not an easy job.
No, it's not. And there's a lot of frustration right now. Because you look at Hayes, they're not used to this. I mean, what's going on right now with the walks, backward Ks, guys looking at strike 3.
Here's Trent Baker, and he sends one high to right field, slicing. Simonelli over and to his left. He tracks it down in the right field corner, and the side retired. Well, Hayes gets one, an inning where they had 2 on and nobody out. And now we are halfway through from X Stadium. Semifinal game of the 91st NBC. It is Lonestar 8 and Hayes 2.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
It's the summer sales event. Great time to buy. Nice weekend, Hank?
Spectacular. Took the family camping, courtesy of Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks for 48 years. Morgan?
Baseball tournament. Mike Sport at the Homeland Field.
How about you two?
Mud bath.
Get 0% APR financing with 0 down and 0 payments for up to 90 days on select Ford vehicles. Plus, get a complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months.
Every summer, the NBC World Series comes alive with energy, excitement, and the spirit of baseball. But what makes it truly special? Fans like you. Because of your support, kids get to experience the magic of the game. Your donations power youth clinics, grants, and equipment drives, while sharing Kaiser Carlisle's mantra to play hard and have fun. Together, we honor the legends of the past and preserve the rich history of the NBC World Series for generations to come.
Julio Ramos is the new pitcher for the Hayes Larks, with Hayes trailing Lone Star by the score of 8-2. Ramos out of Nogales, Arizona, and New Mexico State University. Had a chance to see him earlier in the tournament, Mark, and this guy can throw hard and throw some strikes, and that's exactly what Hayes needs right now, or at least part of what they need. They need their bats to get going as well. But right now the focus is pitching and defense, trailing by 6. Diego Gonzalez will lead off the bottom of the 5th inning for Lone Star. And Ramos to Gonzalez, the first pitch is way up high for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, it's definitely pressure on a pitching staff right now. Just to keep the ball right there contained in the zone and get some outs.
That one in the zone at 83 miles an hour, a strike, 1 ball and 1 ball and 1 strike. Pitch, one in there for a strike.
He had a good cut on that one.
1 ball and 2 strikes now, the count. Ramos 6 feet, 195 pounds. Here's the pitch. Swung on and lined into center field. That'll be a base hit. Caleb Duncan thought about charging it, but plays it wisely and safely and lets it skip to him on a hop. And a leadoff base hit for Diego Gonzalez. And Mark, he now is 2 for 2. He's also walked, so been aboard all 3 times tonight, and he scored 2 runs as well.
Just keeps hitting the ball. This, like I said, a good approach right there, and took fastball just right up the middle.
So the leadoff batter aboard for Lonestar, and now here's Kenner Lauterbach. First pitch to Lauterbach, in there for a strike. 0-1.
It's going to be interesting to see what the philosophy is for Kraken right now. Lonestar Kraken players going to try to execute, try to get 1 run, keep adding on. They're just going to keep going for the big inning.
Pitch tailing down and in, but swinging and missing is Lauterbach, and the count is now 0-2. Ramos stretches, delivers, down and away. And the count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ramos previously pitched at the New Mexico Military Institute, and as a sophomore, he appeared in 15 games, all of them as a starter. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called, and Lauterbach knew it, and he'll head back to the first base dugout, and there's the first out of the inning as Ramos gets a strikeout.
Yeah, I just figured with Gonzalez being the catcher, he's probably not real fast, that they maybe try to execute him over there. Put him over there, maybe run him or something. But we'll see. Maybe they get him in motion or something. Try to get something going.
So here's Cato Robardi now, who walked and scored back in the big 4th inning for Lonestar. And another strike delivered by Ramos. And it seems, at least for the time being, the Hayes Larks have found somebody that can pound the zone. It's 0-1. Ramos stretches, delivers, and down low, 1-1. In those 15 starts last season at New Mexico Military Institute, Ramos had a nice record of 7-3 in 73 innings pitched.
That's quite a bit, quite a few innings.
The pitch just misses inside at 84 miles an hour. He had an earned run average of 5.05 and struck out 91 in 73 innings.
And how many innings has he thrown all summer, do you know? Right there.
Do not have the Hayes numbers for the season as the pitch a strike, and it's 2-2.
I said the young man's thrown a lot of innings, and that's quite a bit.
I can tell you that coming into tonight, he had thrown 2 2/3 in this tournament. He actually has credit for one of their 4 wins. Here's the pitch, down low for a ball. And the count's now full at 3-2. Hayes team collective earned run average 4.75, but mark their opponents they've played 7.2.
Wow. Yeah.
3 balls and 2 strikes. And I'll throw out something else interesting after this pitch, which is ball 4. And down to first base goes Robardi, so momentarily Ramos had been able to find the zone, but he ends up walking one as well, and now first and second. So opponents for Hayes in the tournament, Mark, are at 7.2. However, the Larks are only hitting 254, which is indicative of all the walks and hit batsmen that they've drawn during this tournament.
Right.
First and second, 1 away. Here's Major Brignon, and he's bunting. It's a good one. Out in front of the plate, the throw is to first and scooped up there well. But Brignon does the job, a sacrifice bunt. And now second and third as Lonestar goes back to the top of the order. Paul Smith was covering first, so that's a 1-3 putout.
Well, and what they're doing, they put them over there, put the guys over with 2 outs. We got their leadoff guy up. And trying to get those 2 runs, trying to, like I said, you could take some chances right here, even with 2 outs.
So J.T. Simonelli is in, and the first pitch to Simonelli, a fastball at 87, no balls and 1 strike to him. Simonelli is 0 for 1. This is the 4th trip to the plate for him, but he has been walked twice. A big swing and a miss there, and he's down in the count, 0-2.
This needs to shorten it up, especially with 2 strikes right now. Let's put the ball in play.
8-2 our score. Hayes trailing Lonestar. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Simonelli, and it misses inside for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Sometimes hitters get too long right here. That means they're trying to hit the ball, drive it or something. All you got to do is just a little base hit, and you'll probably score 2 runs.
1-2, and the pitch just misses outside. Another part of the reason Lonestar Mark was probably willing to bunt to put 2 outs, but 2 in scoring position, is Simonelli was hitting .444 when play started tonight.
There you go. You sent it up.
8 for 18.
Yeah.
When we started in this tournament. Here's the 2-2. Just outside, and about 9 players defensively for Hayes wanted to move toward the dugout at third base.
It's like a dance move on the floor there, line dance. They always took a step together.
So another pitch that swung on and fouled at the plate, and Simonelli stays alive. The count's 3-2. 8-2. Hayes trailing Lonestar. 8 runs on 6 hits for Lonestar Kraken. 2 runs on 3 hits for Hayes. Neither team has yet to commit an error. Here's the pitch. Big swing and a miss, strike 3. And down goes Simonelli, and down goes Lonestar. They threaten with 2 in scoring position and come up empty. After 5, Lonestar 8, Hayes 2.
The Taco Bell Cravings Value Menu. 10 choices, each just $3 or less. Starring the cheesy double beef burrito. Double the seasoned beef, all the cheesiness, and so much craveable flavor. Get it on the Cravings Value Menu, only at Taco Bell.
Well, 20 till 11 Central Time on a Friday night. Where else would you rather be than watching some exciting NBC baseball?
No, it's awesome out here. It's beautiful out. I mean, it's a beautiful night. 2 historic, good teams. The thing is, we're going to see the adversity. How Hayes handles adversity right now.
And compared to how late we've been out here other nights in the last 8 days, 10:40 in the night seems like 8 in the morning.
Yeah.
But it's all been fun, and that's why we do it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go. 6th inning. Hayes trailing Lonestar by the score of 8-2 in the semifinal game of the 91st NBC World Series. The winner will play the Hutch Monarchs, who won earlier tonight over Seattle by the score of 3-2 in a thrilling game. This one a little bit of a shocker. Not that Lonestar's leading, but the 8 runs that they've been able to put up, as Mark has touched on tonight. Here's Thomas Lissy to start the 6th, and the pitch is inside. He had to spin out of the way. It nearly hit him. Lissy gets out of the way. 1 ball, no strikes to Lissy, with his team trailing by 6. Lissy steps out, takes a deep breath, now back into that left-handed batter's box, pounds the plate, hovers over it, by the way, and he's ready to go. Here's the 1-0. High for a ball. 83 miles an hour. That one misses. And Irons is down in the count, 2 balls and no strikes.
The tough part, you look as a coach, you look at the runs, the 8 runs, 5 of them are off walks. I mean, that's.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and a bouncing ball the other way to short on a few hops. Lauterbach moves to his right, throws to first in time for a 6-3 putout, 1 away. Just like I was alluding to earlier, the opponent's earned run average 7.2, but Hayes only hitting 254. It's flipped around now.
It's flipped around.
Where Lonestar is not exactly knocking the cover off the ball, but they were given a lot of freebies.
Yep.
They do have 2 home runs, but in that 6-run 5th, they got their fair share of free passes, a few of them with the bases loaded. Here's Brady Kreutzer. And the first pitch swung on, and another one to short, and another chance for Lauterbach. And back-to-back 6-3 putouts at first base to start the top of the 6th inning. And now, Caleb Duncan. Duncan 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out and he is flied out to center. Center field here at Wichita State, a place that we've touched on earlier. He used to roam. Started his career at UNLV, but redshirted there, then to Golden West Community College before heading here to Wichita State. Played in 41 games this past season. And the first pitch to Duncan is a strike, 0-1.
You know, one thing Frank Leo's always done, some of the colleges that he gets guys from, it's pretty impressive. You know, he's got those pipelines going.
0-1. Irons takes a long time and then delivers outside for a ball, and it's 1-1. Yeah, when you look at the Hayes roster, they've got guys from quite a few places, mostly Texas, Colorado, a few Kansas, but there's an Arizona or two in there, New Mexico. Mentioned earlier, Trey Watson, who pitched earlier from Alabama. Right. But when you've been around as long as Frank Leo has, you're going to know some folks in different places. As the pitch misses, and the count's now 2 balls and a strike to count.
Well, having been a general manager, for 8 years, and it's tough to get guys in there. Try to get, especially good players, and you got to make some connections.
Here's the 2-1, high and away.
And I'm sure when, like say Wichita State, they know who Frank Leo is. I mean, some of the schools, you just look at Oklahoma. I mean, Ohio State or whatever. I mean, it's pretty impressive. Yeah, we want to send guys to Hayes, Kansas.
3 balls and a strike. The count to Duncan, and here comes the pitch way outside, ball 4. So Irons was cruising through the first 2 batters in this inning, but then he walks Caleb Duncan, who's on at first base. And being as aggressive as Hayes is, and Duncan with great speed, we'll see if he looks to steal with his team down 6 runs here in the 6th inning. Based on what we've already seen from Hayes trailing this big, they probably won't change much of anything.
Yeah, they're showing they're not going to. But
Duncan has his lead, and the first pitch is swung on and missed 86, and coming up empty is Rios, 0-1.
And one thing too, I don't want to be critical of other coaches and their philosophies, because I have my philosophy, and I'm sure somebody can bash that or whatever what I want to do. But I mean, it's a belief, what you believe in, and you stick with it. And obviously, what he's been doing through the years, his philosophy, especially being aggressive, that's why they're where they are. And same with Hutch, same with some of the other teams.
Caleb Duncan 2 for 2 in stolen base attempts in the tournament. He's got his lead. The throw will be back that way. So in spite of leading by 6, Irons certainly isn't taking for granted.
Yeah,
Duncan's not going anywhere.
And like me, I'm coach. I'm saying focus on the hitter, because it's going to take a lot of hits to score that many runs. So just focus on the hitter.
The pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen. And Rios has the count in Irons' favor. No balls and 2 strikes. Rios struck out in the 2nd inning. He struck out swinging, then grounded out to 2nd in the 4th, so an 0 for 2 night for him. He is now 4 for 10 in the tournament. Iron stretches, looks over at Duncan again, throws that way, and Duncan heads back into first.
And I'm always scared too. He has a bad throw over there. I mean, there's a lot. He's on third base, and then it's 2 outs.
Hayes is starting to run out of outs here in the top of the 6th inning, down by 6. The pitch just misses away, and the count's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. 7 o'clock Central Time, Saturday night. The winner of this game plays the Hutchinson Monarchs at Equity Bank Park downtown, home of the Wichita Wind Surge, the AA affiliate of the Minnesota Twins. The pitch, change up, and that's outside, and the count's now even at 2-2. That at 73. Boy, it's great to have the championship game back downtown, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Yeah, I'm excited, and yeah, it is. I mean, a beautiful night.
Weather is expected to cooperate for sure. So looking forward to that fireworks after the game. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Outside, ball 3. And even though the ballpark is different, it's in the same location. So it'll still have some nostalgia.
Where it all started.
That's right. Beautiful ballpark it is, though.
Oh, it is.
So looking forward to being down there tomorrow. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Caleb Duncan will be going here with 2 outs and the count full to Lorenzo Rios. There he goes. Here's the pitch outside, ball 4. So down to second base goes Duncan. Via the walk it'll be to Lorenzo Rios. So that'll get Paul Smith up to the plate. That will also get a coach out of the dugout for Lonestar to have a conversation out on the mound. There is nobody warming up in the bullpen for Lonestar.
There's that. You got 2 outs. That's what he's telling you. You got 2 outs.
There's actually a relief pitcher heading that way, though, so this will help kill a little time for some warm-ups to get started.
That's the biggest thing. You try to go out there and you talk to your pitcher and realize that all you got to do is relax, big breath, just focus on this next guy right here.
Here's Paul Smith, who had a breakout season at Rice University this past year, hit .340.
Wow, that's impressive.
Couple of homers and 10 runs batted in. Didn't play in 2024 after appearing in 31 games in 23. So he took off a year but came back with a bang. Pitch taken. It's a strike, 0-1. His Hayes Larks need a bang from him here. It would certainly help. They trail 8-2 with runners at first and second and 2 away. Right-handed hitting first baseman Paul Smith. Here's the pitch. Foul back and out of play. You don't see a lot of right-handed hitting first baseman, do you?
No.
You see some that throw right-handed, but they still bat left-handed.
Yeah, because there's few positions that you could play. I mean, especially if you're left-handed. Usually a lefty could play first base, outfield.
0-2. Through the stretch goes Irons. Nobody holding the runners on, and the pitch outside. And the count is now 1-2 as the trend of the tight strike zone continues here tonight. But as you said, Mark, it appears to be working that way for both sides.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen it. It's right there for him. But.
A ball and 2 strikes. Irons peeks over at first, and the pitch down low. There is a huge hole, and Smith is a veteran hitter, between the right fielder, Simonelli, who's playing pretty much normal, but the center fielder, Preston Curtis, is playing left of center field, to where if Smith could send one to the gap in right center field, he could probably run until Monday. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 on, and here comes the pitch. Strike 3 called, and Smith turns around and heads back to the dugout as Hayes strands 2. The Larks, down by 6, have another opportunity go by the wayside after 5.5, 8-2 Lonestar.
BMA's residential cleaning service knows there's no place like home, especially when your home is cleaned by our experienced staff. From floor to ceiling, we've got you covered. Learn more at bmasclean.com. BMA's Cleaning Sports, PBS, Kansas. Seriously good TV.
To the bottom of the 6th inning from X Stadium in Wichita. 8-2 is our score. Lonestar with the lead, and Julio Ramos is back out now to start the inning for the Hayes Larks. He came on in the 5th inning, held Lonestar in check, and now he is out there for the bottom half of inning number 6. And Ramos will face Chase Penley, Josh Livingston, and Preston Curtis, the 3 due up. 2, 3, and 4 for Lonestar Kraken as they look to move on to tomorrow's championship game against the Hutch Monarchs. What a turnaround that would be, Mark Carvalho, for Lonestar if they're to hold on here after losing to Hayes the other night 7-4 to turn around and win here tonight and move on to the finals.
Yeah, that would be something.
Chase Penley to start it off, bottom of the 6th. The first pitch to Penley is in there for a strike from Ramos. Breaking ball at 82, and it's 0-1. Ramos ready and delivers. And that one at 82 is across, and Ramos has hit the zone in back-to-back pitches here, and it's 0-2. Ready again, and here's the pitch. Swung on and a high fly ball out towards second base. Reed, the second baseman, is calling, and near the bag, he's there to make the catch. 1 up, 1 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
And that's one thing we talked about earlier about experience, and you bring in somebody, especially like Ramos. He's got some experience. He's got a lot of innings. He's pitched a lot. And a situation like this, it's got to give him the ball and hold him. That's what he wants to do right now. That's Frank Leo's thinking.
So here's Josh Livingston now. And the first pitch to Livingston, a ball, 1 ball, and no strikes. Mentioned earlier, Livingston is University of Texas bound. Here's the pitch. In there for a strike. It's 1-1. He's got a wide open stance. Back foot toward the back end of the batter's box. Then his front foot is actually right in the smack dab center of that left-handed batter's box. So he's sort of angled toward the third baseman as the pitch misses for a ball, and it's 2-1. But he can hit the ball a long way, and here comes the 2-1. Makes good contact here, but gets under it too much into shallow left center field. Baker is coming on. Baker is there, makes the catch, and 2 away. I was just about to point out that the second baseman, C.J. Reed, because of the power of Livingston, was probably about 10 feet or so beyond what would be the normal infield dirt because of Livingston's hitting ability.
Well, that's what's nice sitting up here. You can see, like you're talking about, the defense where everybody plays and everything, each hitter, and the coaches are translating signals to him. Hey, do this, back up here, come in.
Preston Curtis swings at the first pitch, fouls it back to the screen, 0-1. It is all artificial surface here at X Stadium as well. Curtis swings again and sends this one into right center field. Drifting to his left is Caleb Duncan, who will get there and make the catch, and a 1-2-3 inning for Lonestar in the 6th. All of them fly out to second, to left, and to center. We go to the 7th, 8-2, Lonestar with the lead.
At Evergy, we're focused not just on what we power, but on who we power, right here in our community. We provide payment assistance to our neighbors who need it. Invest in organizations and people, creating opportunity for all to benefit. And volunteer our time around our hometown so that together we improve it. Because we're committed to spreading good energy throughout our community. Evergy, the utility company.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up.
Go get her. Hi, I'm Peter.
Looks like a meat lover's, Deborah.
Pizza Hut's hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 Hut Lovers pizzas starting at $12.99 each. Order on the app.
Is that right? Well, the Hayes Larks down to their final 9 outs now, trailing Lonestar by the score of 8-2. It was a 5-run deficit that Hayes had Saturday when they trailed Oklahoma MVP, but they scored that number that they trail by now. They scored 6 runs in the top of the 9th inning alone, so certainly very possible to come back, but this pitching for Lonestar, Mark, has been solid throughout the tournament. And in that regard, the Larks definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and that was one thing my question with the Kraken, because I knew they could hit. I've watched them, is how their pitching is going to be, and they're definitely answering that.
Mark, opponents, I mentioned earlier, Lone Star's team ERA starting play tonight was 2.54. Opponents are hitting 183 against them. And that is playing out tonight. Hayes with just 3 hits this evening as we start the 7th inning. It'll be Tabor Stokes that leads off for the Larks. And the first pitch to Stokes, he'll swing at and send into shallow right field. Simonelli coming on. He's there to track it down, 1 away, to start the top of the 7th inning. That'll bring up C.J. Reed.
Yeah, I was going to say they're in a situation right now where they're not really used to being in this situation. How do you handle that? And swing the first pitch. I mean, that's, I don't know, I might want to I'm trying to get some walks or something like that. But, again, it's a philosophy, and they're very successful at what they do.
C.J. Reed takes the first pitch high and away for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Reed. The number 9 hitter in the order for Hayes is 0 for 1. He grounded out to first back in the 2nd inning. He walked his last time up. Here's the pitch. That one down low. And it's 2-0. We'll go back to the top of the order next with Lane Sparks. Hayes needs a spark. They trail by 6. Top of the 7th inning. The pitch. Outside, it's 3-0. That will help. Hitters can get ahead in the count, get some good pitches to hit. Although Reed may not be swinging here with the count 3-0. Here's the 3-0, and that one catches the inner part for a strike. And now 3-1. Approaching 11 o'clock Central Time. About to be midnight for those of you watching on the East Coast. 3 balls and a strike. Here comes the pitch. Pulled foul over toward the first base dugout. And the count is 3 balls and 2 strikes.
So what, 71 degrees? That we have now? It's pretty nice out there.
It is starting to feel like jacket weather, and I didn't think I'd say that. The stretch goes Irons, although nobody's on. He constantly works from the stretch, and he'll pitch inside for a ball. And there's a 1-out walk, and not what you want to do, Mark. Walk the number 9 hitter in the order, leading by 6.
Right. And again, you brought it up earlier about, you got so many outs left for Hayes. You got to utilize that right now.
So here is Lane Sparks as we go back to the top of the order, and the Larks have to feel like he's due, as there is another balk call, and down to second base goes C.J. Reed.
Yeah, I didn't see that one, but it definitely replay here.
To be quite frank, I've seen a bunch of balks and
double.
Not seeing a whole lot of anything, although it did look like he motioned to go into the glove, then he didn't.
Yeah.
First pitch to Lane Sparks is a ball, 1 ball, and no strikes.
Yeah.
The great Denny Matthews, Hall of Fame broadcaster for the Royals, once said, so many times when fans think there's a balk, they go crazy, pitch is a strike, because they see a pitcher fake to throw to a base, and he doesn't.
Right.
And everybody goes crazy thinking it's a balk, and then when a balk is called, nobody knows what just happened.
Yep.
That's usually the case. A ball and a strike, there's a swing and a miss. And it's now 1-2 to Lane Sparks. Mark, you were talking about Hayes not being in familiar territory, trailing like this, down by 6 runs. Well, they've run the table in this tournament. They're 4-0, and they were 6-0 in the tournament last year.
Yeah.
So you're exactly right. This is unfamiliar territory for them. There's the pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. Down goes Lane Sparks. Frustrated as he heads back to the dugout. And it's really been slim pickings offensively for the Larks tonight.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you can see by the body language, not a lot of energy going right now, and usually they're up and they're jumping up and down and everything in that dugout and everything, and they need that energy right now.
Trent Baker, an 0 for 2 night for him. He takes 87 high and away for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes.
And you got to realize they're defending champs, and teams will be coming after you, and it's tough to defend. It's tough to defend that.
They call it the target on their back.
Yep,
right?
exactly.
A ball and no strikes, the pitch up high, and it's now 2-0. We have now dipped below 70 degrees at 69.
Wow.
For the current temperature, still a very light breeze out of the northeast in from right field. 2 balls and no strikes. Here comes the pitch. Inside ball 3-0. A symmetrical ballpark here at X Stadium. 330 down the lines, 375 to the power alleys, 390 to straightaway center field, the home of the Wichita State Shockers. All artificial surface. X Stadium, the home of Tyler Field. 3-0 and the pitch. And there's a strike. Wichita State has gotten Gene Stevenson much more incorporated back in this program in recent years, and I know a lot of fans around here are happy to see that.
Oh, yeah, and that's great to see. I go back a long time ago with Coach Gene.
3-1, runner at second, 2 outs. Hayes trailing 8-2. The pitch fouled back and out of play.
And he had this vision right here, because back then it was this. He had I remember he had flatbed trucks, had stands on it, a little bitty about this size. I mean, this suite right or whatever it is, this booth. That was the press guide, the press box, and built it up, chain link fence around there. This wasn't all here.
Things have changed a little. Here's a 3-2 pitch, swung on and driven on a line into shallow left center field. It's down. It'll be a base hit. Runner rounding third. He's going to try and score, and C.J. Reed does. The throw airmails home plate, and down to second base goes Trent Baker on an RBI single, and Hayes makes a little noise in the top of the 7th inning. They trail now by 5. It's 8-3.
Yeah, definitely waking up the fans right there. Line drive.
I was just about to say they just need some sort of spark. We'll see if that's it. There are 2 outs, but that got the crowd for Hayes a little energized, which there are many of here once again. This team always travels well. I think they even draw out some of the local Wichita fans just because of the reputation that Hayes has.
Yeah. Yep.
So a runner at second, 2 away for Thomas Lissy. And here comes the pitch to Lissy, and it's high for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. So an RBI single for Trent Baker. He advances to second on the throw home. Hayes has scored their 3rd run of the game. They trail 8-3.
I think it's very important right here. If you get within 4 runs, I mean, it's like, you're still in the game. You get grand slam, I mean, or something that ties the game. I always say that as on offense, let's get 5 runs ahead, then a grand slam won't hurt you.
And with that RBI single, the activity has started to stir a little more intensely now down in the Lonestar bullpen, where a right-handed reliever is warming up as we speak. 2-0, here's the pitch, it's low, and there goes the runner to third, and it's a stolen base for Trent Baker, who stole third. And so now the count's 3-0, and the Larks with the runner 90 feet away that would cut the deficit in half. Thomas Lissy is at the plate, ahead in the count 3-0.
Baker's a very confident young man. What's 3 stolen bases, I believe.
Here's the pitch. Way outside, ball 4, and a 4-pitch walk to Thomas Lissy, and now runners at the corners. That is the 3rd stolen base for Trent Baker, you're right, and that's immediately going to get that relief pitcher in the bullpen out onto the field, sprinting practically towards the mound as a pitching change being made. Well, things starting to get a little interesting here in the top of the 7th inning. Hayes down by 5, but they've got 2 on with 2 outs. We'll talk about the new pitcher when we return.
Have you ever needed to stop or change the way you do something you love because of aches, pains, or injury? The physical therapists at Select Physical Therapy are here to get you back to work, life, and your favorite activities. Most importantly, your goals are their goals. Their movement experts will listen and develop an individualized treatment plan so you can heal. Begin care faster by requesting an appointment today at selectphysicaltherapy.com. Experience the power of physical therapy at Select Physical Therapy.
The Taco Bell Cravings Value Menu. 10 choices, each just $3 or less. Starring the cheesy double beef burrito. Double the seasoned beef, all the cheesiness, and so much craveable flavor. Get it on the Cravings Value Menu, only at Taco Bell.
Hard-throwing right-hander Ethan Blakeney is the new relief pitcher for the Lonestar Kraken out of Plano, Texas, and Blinn Community College, trying to come on and help preserve this 5-run Lonestar lead in the top of the 7th inning in the semifinal game of the 91st NBC World Series. Hayes trailing 8-3, but threatening here with a 2-out rally, and part of the situation here that they're bringing him on for, Mark Carvalho, I'm sure, is it's the cleanup hitter Brady Kreitzer that's about to step up to the plate.
Yeah, and you look at Brady Kreitzer. I mean, again, he's a grad student. That's that experience right here. Let's see how he handles this. Because I think when you have experience, you've been in these situations before in your career.
Hutch Monarchs waiting for the winner of this one. The championship game of the 91st NBC World Series tomorrow night. 7 o'clock Central, first pitch. And of course the other part of this, Mark, is the fact that the pitcher into the game now, Blakeney, is a right-handed pitcher, whereas the previous pitcher, Irons, was a southpaw. So now they get a righty versus righty matchup.
Yep.
So Kreitzer is in, a quiet night for him, 0 for 2 with a walk. Runners at the corners, 2 outs, top of the 7th inning, 8-3 the score, and Kreider first pitch swinging and sends one straight back and out of play, 0-1. Last year in the NBC, when Hayes won it, they never had a game where they scored lower than 4 runs. The pitch, inside corner, it's a strike, 0-2. In the 6 games they played last year, Mark, they had run outputs of 8, 11, 9, 4, 7, and 7.
Wow.
A much different hitting team last year than this year's. But they are still, to this point, having the same success. Undefeated. Here's the pitch. It gets away from the catcher Ho behind the plate. It's a wild pitch, and here comes home from third. Baker, he will score sliding in, and it's an 8-4 ball game. And down to second base goes Thomas Lissy.
Again, like I said, that changed everything. You get within 4, then you have a runner right there. If you get a base hit, guess what? You got a 3-run game.
So now the Larks continue to creep closer, getting a little too close for comfort perhaps for Lonestar. Now here comes the pitch to Kreitzer, and it's down and away for a ball, 1 ball and 2 strikes. On the scoreboard, they have put that run
I was going to
for
say.
Lone Star. It should be 8-4 and not 9-3.
I'm starting to think, maybe did I mess up? I'm thinking, do my runs right there, because I was thinking, hey, it's 4 runs.
The pitch swung on back to the screen, and now on the scoreboard here, they've put 10-3. Yeah. So the Lone Star folks are making some noise about that. You can hear them too. But the score on your graphic there is also incorrect. It's 8-4, and now it looks like it's being fixed. There we go. Here's the pitch, up high for a ball. Way high, and now the count's 2-2. And now it starts to get the feel of that 9th inning Saturday when Hayes came from down 5 runs, Mark. The opponent losing control and starting to get the fans involved a little bit and a little bit of momentum.
Catcher needs to protect now. He needs to be in protect mode.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. High ball 4, and down to first base goes Kreitzer. And now the tying run will move to the on-deck circle with Caleb Duncan coming up to the plate. The next batter would be Lorenzo Rios, who represents the tying run. This is not what Lonestar brought Ethan Blakeney in to do, but he's got some work to do.
We've been saying last couple of it's not over. It's definitely not over.
Blakeney delivers, and the first pitch now swung on and fouled back by Caleb Duncan, and it's 0-1 to Duncan. Duncan 0 for 2 tonight, struck out, flied out, and he is also walked.
What I'm surprised by is all the walks for both teams. The last, it's been quite a few.
0-1, the pitch, a big swing and a miss, 88 miles an hour. And a strike, 0-2.
See, they'll probably come right after him. I don't think they're going to try to get cued or anything like that. We'll see.
Runners at first and second. They get their leads with 2 outs. Hayes down by 4. The pitch almost hit him. He had to duck out of the way. 1-2. It's a little too close for comfort. So the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. We'll try it again. Runners get their leads again. And here comes the pitch way outside and low. And the count's now full at 3-2. And now the runners will be moving on the pitch. And I beg your pardon, the count's even at 2-2. So we're still 1 pitch away from that. Blakeney set. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 and a big strikeout. And down go the Larks. And their stranded runners starting to tally up. They do score 2, though, in the top of the 7th inning. Stretch time in Wichita. Lonestar 8, Hayes 4 at the 91st NBC World Series.
The Taco Bell Cravings Value Menu. 10 choices, each just $3 or less. Starring the cheesy double beef burrito. Double the seasoned beef, all the cheesiness, and so much craveable flavor. Get it on the Cravings Value Menu, only at Taco Bell.
Well, there's some players from the team that's already in the championship game tomorrow. Some Hutchinson Monarchs taking in the game, doing a little scouting. And 7 o'clock tomorrow, they will be decked out in their Hutch Monarch colors to take on whoever ends up on top in this game. So you can bet they're watching with a lot of interest tonight, Mark.
Yeah. Find out that's Brady McClure there on the right, the MVP of the game there. Had a great game, obviously. So they're chilling, as they say. It's probably a good feeling right now knowing that, hey, we're in that championship game, man. We just relax.
Sit back and scout.
Yep.
Mark, I was just doing a little research the last part of that half inning and on through the break, and I located what I was looking for. I'll share that with you here in a moment. But we've got the bottom of the 7th to take care of here. And here's Ethan Ho, who has a home run to his credit earlier tonight. And the first pitch he takes is high for a ball from Ramos, who's back out again. 1 ball and no strikes. But we were talking about that possible rally for Hayes in the top of the 7th inning. as Ho Q-sticks one up the first baseline foul. And I was just curious how many times they were walked in the 9th inning when they scored 6 runs on Saturday, and it was 6 times.
6.
So they scored 6 runs on the strength of 1 base hit, Thomas Lissey's bloop single to right field, but 6 walks in the inning.
Yeah, that's...
The pitch to Ho swung on and missed at 86 miles an hour, 1-2.
Well, I mean, if you look at tonight, if you add up I haven't added them all up, all the walks, it's been quite a few for both teams.
The 1-2, some high heat, swung on and missed at 87, and Ho goes down swinging. He had a home run earlier in the game, but goes down swinging here for the first out of the bottom of the 7th inning, and 1 away. So here's Diego Gonzalez, who has the other home run for Lone Star tonight. First pitch to Gonzalez is down and away for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Diego Gonzalez from Frisco, Texas. And he is fooled on that one and goes around anyway, 1 ball and 1 strike. That one was at 81 miles an hour. Ramos took something off and it worked. Now the 1-1. And a fastball at 89 in there for a strike, 1 and 2.
Yeah, keep checking. It's like 15 walks. I got to double check. That's quite a few that we've seen.
The pitch chopped out in front of the plate toward the mound. Ramos gets off the mound, fields his position well, whips around and throws to first in time. And there's a 1-3 put out for the second out of the inning. So 2 away now for Kenner Lauterbach.
I don't know, but anyway, I was counting them, and there's too many of them, I'd say, for a game at this caliber.
First pitch to Lauterbach, up high for a ball, 1-0. Well, it's funny because a week ago today, all 4 games in pool play were all ended by the mercy rule, all of them. And then you look at, again, as we touched on earlier, as the pitch is down and away, 2-0. Once elimination play started, you just noticed all of a sudden the pitching got much, much better. As these teams
all close games, pretty much,
preserve their best starters for the middle part of the tournament. As the pitch is swung on and a high fly ball foul over toward the first base dugout, but room there for Paul Smith, and he hauls it in, and the side retired in order for the 2nd inning in a row. But as the Larks come to bat in the top of the 8th inning, they find themselves down 4. Lone Star 8 and the Larks 4 as we go to the 8th.
Have you ever needed to stop or change the way you do something you love because of aches, pains, or injury? The physical therapists at Select Physical Therapy are here to get you back to work, life, and your favorite activities. Most importantly, your goals are their goals. Their movement experts will listen and develop an individualized treatment plan so you can heal. Begin care faster by requesting an appointment today at selectphysicaltherapy.com. Experience the power of physical therapy at Select Physical Therapy.
The Taco Bell Cravings Value Menu. 10 choices, each just $3 or less. Starring the cheesy double beef burrito. Double the seasoned beef, all the cheesiness, and so much craveable flavor. Get it on the Cravings Value Menu, only at Taco Bell.
To the top of the 8th inning we go. The Hayes Larks made a little noise in the top of the 7th to cut their deficit in half. It's down to 8-4 Lone Star leads. Now can they keep the momentum going here in the top of the 8th inning? They will have to take another look at tall right-hander Ethan Blakeney out of Plano, Texas, and Blinn Junior College, who came on in relief in the last inning, and he will start now the top of the 8th inning. Mark, I saw Blakeney earlier in the tournament. Pointed out what a great place Blinn Junior College is for some great talent we've seen in a number of different sports. Most notably, perhaps, Cam Newton, who went down to Blinn Junior College prior to Auburn.
In basketball, they've been good. I mean, everything. They those JUCOs down there, they're good.
Cato Robardi to start the 8th inning for Hayes, and Robardi takes for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Robardi, Major Brignon, looking at the score sheet for the Lone Star team. Lorenzo Rios leading off the top of the 8th for the Larks, and he's bunting up the third baseline. A good one. Charging in is the third baseman, Brignon, and he'll throw to first late, and it'll be a base hit on a bunt, and a beautifully one at that for Lorenzo Rios to start the top of the 8th inning.
Just get something going, element of surprise right there. You just don't see that enough. This beautiful placement, especially third baseman's playing back. Why not? Why not get something going?
So Paul Smith will step up to the plate now. Smith up there from the left side of the plate. And from the stretch is going to be Blakeney. He'll check the runner at first. And the pitch to Smith is inside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Smith has been caught looking twice tonight, so he is 0 for 3. He is also, he's 1 for 3. He singled back in the 2nd inning.
Good thing for Hayes, the most important thing, get that leadoff guy on. They're doing that. Just got to string something together right here.
The pitch down low for a ball, and it's now 2 balls and no strikes.
You keep looking in the bullpens, both of them are busy. I mean, it's that time. You got to be busy right now. You got to be ready.
2 balls, no strikes. Blakeney stretches. Blakeney fires home. Hot shot up the middle and through for a base hit. On into center field, and stopping at second base is Rios. Paul Smith with his 2nd base hit tonight. And Hayes has something started again. Runners at first and second with nobody out. Smith shot that one right back through the middle, and that will lead to another pitching change, as that will do it for Blakeney, as Lone Star now sensing Hayes might be starting another rally. Take the timeout with the Larks down by 4, but 2 on and nobody out.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up.
Go get her. Hi, I'm Peter.
Looks like a meat lover's Deborah.
Pizza Hut's hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 Hut Lovers pizzas starting at $12.99 each. Order on the app.
When you look for a place to learn, train, and grow, you need something that fits with your life. At Butler Community College, we want you to reach your goals in the most affordable way possible. That's why we keep our tuition rates low, so you don't have to stress about your future.
It's why we offer hundreds of scholarship opportunities for pursuing your passion.
And it's why we work hard to provide a professional higher education at a lower price tag. Butler Community College. Real college, really affordable.
Matthew Hedrick is the southpaw pitcher for Lone Star now. Here in the last few innings, Mark Carvalho, we've started to say that Hayes has something brewing, and they did score 2 in the last inning, but we continue to say that, and we're just in the 8th inning. You wonder if the Larks eventually are going to break through and really challenge with this 4-run deficit. They've got an opportunity again right here with 2 on and nobody out.
Yeah, they've had some opportunities right there. It's just, like the last one had strike cut. The last 2 times in the 6th and 7th inning had runners on, scoring position, and strikeouts. And the inning by strikeouts. So right now, you never know. It's just you got to move on, and you're just looking for that big inning. And then right now, they've got the plans for it. 1st, 2nd, no outs. It's a great opportunity. And like I said, you still got 2 innings.
Matthew Hedrick started his college career in the state of Texas at McLennan College in Waco, and now he is at Tyler Junior College. He has been tasked with trying to quiet down this Hayes team here in the top of the 8th inning. The Larks down to their final 6 outs, trailing now by only 4 though. They were down 8-1 earlier in this game, so they're chipping away. Now just waiting for that big hit or that big inning, and this one's certainly off to a good start. Tabor Stokes at the plate. The pitch to Stokes is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1.
The Kraken still has people in that bullpen getting loose just in case.
They play tight at the corners, anticipating a possible bunt. Not here. The pitch is up high, and the count's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Matthew Hedrick goes 6'2", 220 pounds. The infield for Lonestar looks for a double play ball. And here comes the pitch. Swung on and fouled, backing out of play. And the count's now even at 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, fans are definitely a little vocal right now for Hayes.
Hedrick checks back at second. Dancing around back there is Rios. And he's moving back and forth. Now the pitch is home and swung on and driven to left field. Pretty well struck. Robardi going back. He's not going to get there. It bounces off the fence. Here comes 1 run to score. Here comes 2 runs to score on a 2 RBI double for Tabor Stokes. We've got a 2-run game. It's 8-6.
Unbelievable. Like I said, I mean, it's like they were dead. You know, there wasn't a lot of energy going on, and all of a sudden, boom, just one thing led to the other, and then it just, now you got the crowd involved. I'm looking in the dugout, they're all jumping up and down. It's going to be an interesting finish.
And it has the feel of Saturday's come from behind game now. The tying run has come to the plate. Didn't know if we'd say that the way things were going a couple of innings ago.
No.
Lonestar was cruising along up by 7. Here's C.J. Reed, and the first pitch to Reed. Down low and scooped out well by Ho. 1 ball and no strikes to Reed. Reed's the number 9 hitter in the order for Hayes, but he has been walked twice tonight, and he scored a run back in the 7th inning.
Like I said, baseball's a crazy game. I've been on both ends of it, where big leads and losing, been behind, then ahead, came back. The whole thing about it, you know, it's just that you just don't give up. You don't give up to that. You're the last out. And right now, there's a lot of doubt going on right now with Lonestar Kraken.
The pitch is down low. It's 2-0, and they are going to make a pitching change with a 2-0 count here in the top of the 8th inning with the potential game-tying run at the plate. And after this, Hayes will go back to the top of the order. Don't go anywhere. We've got a 2-run game in the semis.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
It's the summer sales event. Great time to buy. Nice weekend, Hank?
Spectacular. Took the family camping, courtesy of Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks for 48 years. Morgan?
Baseball tournament. My sport with the whole infield.
How about you two?
Mud bath.
Get 0% APR financing with 0 down and 0 payments for up to 90 days on select Ford vehicles. Plus, get a complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months.
Spencer Kuhn is the new pitcher for Lonestar, and All of a sudden, things getting very, very interesting here. Lonestar led 8-1 a few innings ago, but the Hayes Larks have chipped away, gotten a couple of clutch hits, but more than anything, Mark, they've been aided by a lot of bases on balls. Regardless, here we are, top of the 8th inning. The Larks have the tying run at second base.
Yeah, and I look at it. I was just looking at this score sheet right here. They haven't done much since the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. They scored a run in the 5th, didn't do much. 6th, they had an opportunity, and then the last just 2 runs in the 7th. 2 runs now. It's like all of a sudden they're coming back to the champions, defending champions they are. They're coming back and showing why they're one of the best teams in NBC. Not just history, but this year.
Spencer Kuhn, first pitch he'll throw is to C.J. Reed, who chops one to short. Fielding there is Lauterbach, throws across his body in time, and a nice play for a 6-3 put-out and 1 away. However, that worked like a nicely executed bunt. Down to third base goes the runner Stokes. He's 90 feet away, and Hayes flips it back to the top of the order now with Lane Sparks. Sparks has to feel like he is due, Mark. He is 0 for 4. He has struck out 3 times tonight.
Yeah, that's a tough day right there, especially for your leadoff.
In fact, he's being pinch hit for. Dylan LaRue is out, and he is up at the plate. And LaRue is 1 ball and no strikes as he takes the first pitch for a ball. LaRue. The pitch to LaRue. Line to short. Right there is the shortstop Lauterbach to catch it. Then he tries to throw to second, but to third for a double play. It's a little late. That's a tough break right there. LaRue hit that one well, but right at the shortstop Lauterbach. 2 away.
There it is right there. Look, couldn't hit it any harder. Just right at him.
So now 2 outs with the runner at third base. And here's Trent Baker. Baker with a runner at third. He represents the tying run now. He takes down low for a ball, 1-0. But that's very interesting that Hayes pinch hit for their leadoff hitter in their order. Sparks was 0 for 4 tonight, but you just don't see that happen very often.
But he also knows he has guys on the bench that, this right there, he hit the ball hard. Just right at him. So, Sparks doing a great job for him.
Here's the 1-0. Lined into center field. Coming on is going to be Curtis. He'll have to play it on a hop. It's an RBI base hit for Trent Baker. We've got a 1-run game. It's 8-7 Lonestar Kraken now.
Well, and the thing is about Baker, he's already got 3 stolen bases in a game, so be ready for stolen base getting in scoring position. So we're going to see how they address this right now.
Tabor Stokes scores. Here comes Thomas Lissy. As you can see, no chance for Curtis to charge in and make a catch there. And now, I think if you're Frank Leo and Hayes, if there's anybody you want at the plate right now, it's this guy, Thomas Lissy. The most consistent hitter for this team in the tournament coming into play tonight. Here's the pitch to Lissy. Down for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. He's been quiet tonight. He actually does have a base hit all the way back in the first inning that seems like yesterday. So he does have a hit. Hitless since then. Here's the 1-0 pitch. There goes the runner. The pitch is low and a stolen base. And now the tying run in scoring position. Trent Baker, yet another stolen base.
Yeah, that guy is exciting to watch.
4 stolen bases for Baker tonight. 2 balls and no strikes, the count to Lissy, who can tie it with just a single. Here's the pitch. Outside corner, it's a strike. 2 balls and a strike.
Boy, what a difference an inning makes, isn't it? The crowd's into it now. You hear that. I'm looking at the guys on the dugout right there on the rail.
The pitch, line foul, down the third base side, and it counts now 2-1. Spencer Kuhn was at Navarro College in Texas this past season, but did not play as a freshman. Right now, thrown into the fire here. With a runner at second, Hayes has scored 5 runs since the top of the 7th inning, and they may not be done here in the top of the 8th with the runner at second and 2 away.
And coach has no doubles right there with the guys guarding the line.
The pitch, down and in. And the count's even at 2-2.
Talking on defense, third base is playing closer to the line, first base close to the line. Right, no doubles.
Kuhn stretches. Glances back at second. Here's the pitch to Lissy. Down and in, ball 4. And Thomas Lissy draws a walk. And now the go-ahead run is on base in Thomas Lissy at first base. Tying run is still out at second and Trent Baker. And here comes Brady Kreitzer.
Showing somebody the hat ready up there in the bullpen. So another pitcher is getting loose in the bullpen there.
Kreitzer is the 8th man to bat in the inning for Hayes. 2 walks tonight for him, but 0 for 2 to show for it. Here's the pitch. At 90 miles an hour, Kuhn delivers a strike on the edge. It's no balls and 1 strike. Kuhn stretches with runners at first and second, 2 away, guarding a 1-run lead. Here's the pitch. Lifted right side, that's going to slice out of play. And the count is now 0-2. Hardly any wind blowing tonight. What little there is in from right field. It's died down a lot since the start of the game.
Quite a bit, yeah.
A cool night under 70 degrees. The intensity is heated up. Here's the pitch to Kreitzer up high, and it's 1-2. Well, it's fun to watch Trent Baker dancing around there at second base.
Yeah, like I said, he's a spark plug. He's exciting. I love those kind of players right there.
Runners get their leads again. Now moving in at second base is Penley. He bluffed to cover the bag for a throw. The pitch to Kreitzer misses for a ball.
And I'll tell you one thing. I mean, the Hayes hitter's just been really disciplined in these last couple of innings. The discipline's been there. Got some walks.
2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 on. Kuhn delivers to Kreitzer way up high, ball 3, and the count's now full at 3-2. Caleb Duncan waits on deck for Hayes.
He's just overthrowing right now. He's just overthrowing.
3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Runners will be going. There they go. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. And Kreitzer goes down swinging. And Hayes comes away with 3, but they lead the potential tying run in scoring position. And we will go to the bottom of the 8th inning, but it's a dandy. Lonestar 8, Hayes 7.
There's something happening in Wichita. Excitement, movement, a vibe. A city that offers amazing experiences delivered with heart. Come see the place we love. We think you'll love it too. Discover more at visitwichita.com.
Every summer, the NBC World Series comes alive with energy, excitement, and the spirit of baseball. But what makes it truly special? Fans like you. Because of your support, kids get to experience the magic of the game. Your donations power youth clinics, grants, and equipment drives, while sharing Kaiser Carlisle's mantra to play hard and have fun. Together, we honor the legends of the past and preserve the rich history of the NBC World Series for generations to come.
Have you ever needed to stop or change the way you do something you love because of aches, pains, or injury? The physical therapists at Select Physical Therapy are here to get you back to work, life, and your favorite activities. Most importantly, your goals are their goals. Their movement experts will listen and develop an individualized treatment plan so you can heal. Begin care faster by requesting an appointment today at selectphysicaltherapy.com. Experience the power of physical therapy at Select Physical Therapy.
Well, if you want to see how intense things have gotten, look at Brady Kreitzer and look at Spencer Kuhn, the pitcher for Lonestar, as they are both very fired up after Kuhn struck out Kreitzer with the game-tying run in second base. But Hayes came up empty. They scored 3 times. but they come up short in the top of the 8th. Now it's time for Lonestar to try to work on some insurance. Lonestar 8, Hayes 7, as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. And it'll be Cato Robardi that'll lead off for Lonestar here in the 8th. Robardi takes a strike, 0-1 to him. Robardi, Major Brignon, and JT Simonelli, 8-9-1 for Lonestar here in the bottom of the 8th. And this one is sliced into left field. That's down. That'll be a base hit. Cato Robardi out of the 8th spot leads off the bottom of the 8th inning with a single, and he's on at first base.
Yeah, again, ever important leadoff hitter. Get something going. Get them, see what they're going to generate. Execute maybe. Get them over. Try to get that one run. Get more separation.
Julio Ramos has pitched well in relief for Hayes. He's out there again for the bottom of the 8th. Now he'll deliver low and outside to Major Brignon, and it's 1 ball and no strikes to him. Brignon's big inning was the 4th inning when he walked and then came around to score. So a costly walk to the number 9 hitter, and he takes a strike here. And it counts 1 ball and 1 strike. 8 runs on 8 hits for Lonestar. 7 runs and 8 hits for the Hayes Larks. Brignon showing bunt now and pulls back as the pitch is outside for a ball. And it's 1-0.
One thing we need to bring up the pitching of Ramos.
Yeah.
And right there, he's keeping him what, the last 3 innings?
He has held Lonestar in check for sure. Here's the pitch. He's showing bunt again is Brignon, and he fouls it back over the net. And that'll even the count at 2-2 and most likely take the bunt opportunity away. 1 error in the game, and that was committed by Lonestar. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ramos through this stretch. There goes the runner and the pitch home. Strike 3 called. The throw to second, and he's safe. Oh, and the shortstop Stokes dropped the ball, and I don't know that he knew that. Tabor Stokes looked at the umpire like they thought they had him out. Oh, that wasn't the ball that was dropped.
Wasn't the ball.
What was that was... It was a mouthpiece. Okay. I thought Stokes dropped the ball. They happened almost at the same time. So maybe Stokes did tag him out.
Yeah, that's.
And now the umpires are going to talk about something, Mark.
Let's see what they saw. Let's see right here. Frank Leo's out there talking to him.
Can one umpire overrule another? He was out.
Right there.
Now there's the umpires going at it with Frank Leo.
Evidence. Yeah, you don't have the replay, so.
They also directed something in the Hayes dugout, the umpires did.
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
They're getting more chatter about that.
Yeah, somebody
call.
probably said something.
But boy, on that replay, it sure looked like he was out.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, we can't tell from the. Be nice to have that camera angle. Right down from first base to second or something like that. But I mean, it looked like from our angle, yeah.
Brignon did strike out on that throw down to second, though. He got caught looking, so there's 1 away. So runner at second, 1 out. Lonestar back to the top of the order with JT Simonelli, with his team looking for insurance, leading by a run, bottom of the 8th inning. The pitch just inside, and it counts 1 ball and 1 strike. What a game tonight from Wichita. The semifinal game of the 91st NBC World Series. The Hutch Monarchs won a 1-run game earlier to advance to the finals this evening. Now they're waiting for one of these 2 teams to join them. The pitch swung on and fouled over the third base dugout. And the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Simonelli has walked twice tonight, but no base hits for him, so he is 0 for 2. Here's the pitch, up high. The count's now even, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, it's definitely a different atmosphere right now with the fans, and just it's what you expect from NBC games, especially an important game like this.
The 2-2, swung on and missed, strike 3. So a big strikeout there. That's the second out of the inning. And that's the leadoff hitter, JT Simonelli, who strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. Interesting night for him, Mark. 2 walks, but 3 strikeouts, and he's 0 for 3.
Yeah,
so now here's Chase Penley.
A lot of guys don't have too many pretty lines today. It's not, just not a really pretty game.
Penley sends the first one back and foul out of play, 0-1. Due up for Hayes in the top of the 9th inning. It'll be Caleb Duncan, Lorenzo Rios, and Paul Smith. 5, 6, and 7 for the Larks. They'll be trailing by at least a run, but trying to keep it at that deficit now is Ramos. The pitch swung on and fouled back out of play again. And it's 0-2. And if Hayes is to win this game, we must not forget Julio Ramos, like you talked about, Mark.
Yeah.
Trent Baker might end up being the player of the game, but Ramos has done a whale of a job of keeping his team in it. 0-2. Hayes fans starting to try to rally Ramos here to finish off Lonestar in the bottom of the 8th inning. Down by 1 is Hayes. Ramos ready, the pitch, and it's just outside. And once again,
the fans there.
And the Larks defense started heading toward the dugout again. So Ramos will have to try it again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch. Fouled back for the 3rd time.
He still has Vito up at 89 right there.
Chase Penley stays alive. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Penley is 1 for 4 with the 3rd inning double. Robardi, the runner at second. And the pitch. And it's outside for a ball.
It's a great, like I said, we're talking about Ramos, but that great coaching call by Frank Leo and his staff just to bring him in there. His experience, a guy that pitched a lot of innings.
The 2-2 lifted into left field, down the line, hooking toward the line. Baker, the left fielder, is over, and just in the fair territory side of play, Baker hauls it in. The side retired. No insurance runs for Lonestar in the bottom of the 8th inning. We go to the 9th. Lonestar 8, Hayes 7, with a trip to the championship game on the line. Back in a moment.
At Evergy, we're focused not just on what we power, but on who we power, right here in our community. We provide payment assistance to our neighbors who need it. Invest in organizations and people, creating opportunity for all to benefit. And volunteer our time around our hometown so that together we improve it, because we're committed to spreading good energy throughout our community. Evergy, the utility company.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up.
Go get her. Hi, I'm Peter.
Looks like a meat lover's, Deborah.
Pizza Hut's hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 Hut Lovers pizzas starting at $12.99 each. Order on the app.
Well, we've seen some strange things tonight, Mark Carvalho, and maybe that's why right there.
It might be that moon. Tell you, and I was going to tell you, had some big fans watching. Coach Bill Shaw. Coach Bill Shaw, he's watching from Arizona, and just wanted to say he's watching the game, and it's it's 100 degrees down in Arizona. So it's good to hear Coach Shaw. Miss that guy.
All right, here we go. Top of the 9th inning, the Hayes Larks trailing by a run, 8-7, and it's Caleb Duncan that leads off. Duncan takes the first pitch. It's a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Matthew Hedrick came on in relief in the last inning. Here comes the 1-0. But now for Lone Star, it's Spencer Kuhn who relieved him, and he's out there to try and get the save. The next pitch misses for a ball as well. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 2-1. Caleb Duncan on the night, hitless. He did walk in the 6th inning, but he gets struck out twice and flied out to center. 2 balls and a strike. Here comes the pitch. Foul back to the screen. Even things up at 2-2.
Yeah, 90 miles an hour right there.
The hit column is even at 8. One more run for Lonestar than Hayes tonight. 8-7 is the score. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch. Foul back and out of play again. So the count to Duncan remains 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Very important with it again. We get that leadoff guy on right here.
Especially with Duncan's speed, the starting center fielder for Hayes. Here's the pitch. Doing a good job of fighting off pitches and fouling him off, and he's still alive, 2-2. Duncan steps out, takes a big deep breath outside the right-handed batter's box. Now he's back in and ready again. Here comes the pitch from Kuhn, and it's high, and the counts run full at 3-2. So a full count pitch upcoming to Caleb Duncan to start the 9th. Here it is, outside, ball 4. And Caleb Duncan draws a leadoff walk. He's on at first base, and definitely a threat to steal, which would put a runner in scoring position for Hayes, just like that. And up comes Lorenzo Rios. Although you wonder if Hayes might not have the bunt on right here.
Yeah, I said he bunted last time, got on with a hit, and you never know right here. Just getting the signals from the coach.
Rios did single his last time up, but that's his only base hit tonight. He's 1 for 3. He also walked. They're thinking bunt on the corners, and he is showing bunt. Pulls it back. There goes the runner anyway, and he's stolen second base.
Yeah.
So Caleb Duncan didn't need the bunt. He stole second base, got a great jump, and now a bunt, Mark Carvalho, could put him at third base with only 1 out if it's a sacrifice. So now over at third, Major Brignon has to be careful.
Again, it's that aggressiveness that we talked about.
He is showing bunt. Boy, and that one looked good. Called it ball.
Yeah, it's just hard to tell from here.
Sometimes it seems the strike zone is about the size of a cereal bowl tonight. 2 balls and no strikes. Duncan gets his lead. And now a bluff throwback, and there it is, what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Everybody in red, white, and blue thinks that was a balk, but there have been about 3 of them called tonight. Nobody knows what happened when they were called. 2-0, the pitch. And that's ball 3, and the count's now 3-0. And now Spencer Kuhn is really playing with fire.
Yeah, and look in the bullpen, I don't see anybody throwing right now. So
3 balls and no strikes. And here comes the pitch. It's bunted beautifully, laid down. The only throw will be to first. And out at first base is going to be Rios, although it looked like for a moment Livingston might have stepped off the bag. And I think that's what the Hayes people are thinking, is that Rios stepped off the bag. Now there's some more chatter between the 2 teams as Rios is barking at some of the defensive players. And what is going on here?
What's going on?
Somebody just got ejected from the game.
Wow. Yeah, right now the coaches need to get hold of those guys and calm them down, man. Look at this. Yeah, Penley is going crazy. And Penley looks like the guy that's being thrown out. Don't know exactly what happened there, Steve, but I mean, it's...
it had to be some chirping.
Yeah.
I'd like to know if Livingston stayed on the bag at first base.
You just have to...
But in the meantime, there must be a lot of chatter going on.
Well, let's look at it right now. That's,
So here's the play at first. Watch the first baseman's foot. Was he on the bag when he caught the ball? Okay, he shifted feet, and he did. The right foot just stayed on, it looked like now.
He said something?
Yeah. He started pointing at the runner coming up the line, Rios. So maybe Rio said something.
Yeah, you let the emotions right there. You can't be doing this right now. Your team's trying to win a game, trying to get into the championship game. And he's the second baseman. He was the one that was covering first base right there. So held everything down. Boy, things were quiet for a while. Now it's crazy here.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, as far as baseball is concerned, there's a runner at third. That's the potential tying run at third base for Hayes with one out here in the top of the ninth inning. 8-7 is our score.
Penalty just got escorted out. He's at the game, the second baseman. They don't have their second baseman now.
So Chase Penley has been ejected from the game for barking at Rios after that sacrifice bunt.
Let's see who's... See who's in there now.
The sack went 1-4 for the first out of the inning. Duncan's at third.
There he is.
And there is the new second baseman for Lone Star. Infield is in with a game-tying run at third. Here's Paul Smith up from the left side of the plate. He represents the winning run. The pitch down low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. So 1-0. Smith on the night has a couple of base hits. Here comes the pitch. Sent foul back behind the plate. And the count's now 1 ball and 1 strike.
It's crazy. Number 9.
Diego Gonzalez has gone over to first base for Lone Star. And they've got a new second baseman of the game as well after the Penley ejection. The pitch is high. The count's now 2 balls and a strike. Josh Livingston appears to be the new player in at second base for Lone Star. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Sent foul again over the third base dugout.
I was going to say,
even at 2-2.
They score this run, man. There's going to be an eruption there with the Hayes crowd here.
At the end of this game, this place will erupt on one side or the other, no matter what. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
A lot of excitement, but you got to keep your emotions in these kind of games, and it's tough.
The pitch. Boy, that was close, and then Smith thought about going, but the appeal, and they say no, he didn't go. So Spencer Kuhn now has worked the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes to Paul Smith, the University of Rice product, trying to tie the score or perhaps give his team a win if he clears the fence. Here's the pitch. Way up high, ball 4. Well, they had 3 balls on the scoreboard. That is ball 4.
Yeah,
Smith didn't know it.
Yeah,
everybody else did. So he represents now the potential game-winning run, and he's on at first base.
It's like somebody else coming in.
Yet another walk issued to a Hayes Larks hitter, and we've got another pitching change. We'll take the timeout. Things getting even more interesting the longer this night goes. Lone Star clinging to a 1-run lead, top of the 9th inning.
At Evergy, we're focused not just on what we power, but on who we power, right here in our community. We provide payment assistance to our neighbors who need it. Invest in organizations and people, creating opportunity for all to benefit. And volunteer our time around our hometown so that together we improve it, because we're committed to spreading good energy throughout our community. Evergy, the utility company.
BMA's residential cleaning service knows there's no place like home, especially when your home is cleaned by our experienced staff. From floor to ceiling, we've got you covered. Learn more at bmasclean.com. BMA's Cleaning Sports, PBS Kansas. Seriously good TV.
Well, Lonestar has called on hard-throwing right-hander Brett Foss to come on and try and preserve this victory for Lonestar. And the situation here is the Hayes Larks have the potential game-tying run on at third. The go-ahead run is at first. Foss will now have to deal with Tabor Stokes at the plate here in the top of the 9th inning. Lonestar clinging to a 1-run lead. Brett Foss pitched collegiately this past season at Arkansas State, and he pitched in 16 innings and went 1-0 with 16 strikeouts. He started his college career at South Arkansas Community College, where he had 33 appearances over his first 2 seasons there.
You know, he's got, like I said, he's trying to get his team into tomorrow's game. And like I said, it's a lot of pressure on the guy, but it's also an opportunity for him to show what he can do right here. But I'm just telling you, it's this game, by seeing Hayes come back from 8-1, the battle, 8-7 right now, 1 run.
Tabor Stokes will be the batter. He's 2 for 4 tonight with a single and a double. A couple of RBIs, a couple of runs scored, and he's also stolen a base. The infield now is backed up for Lonestar as they look for a double play that would end the game. And here's the pitch to Stokes. He's bunting. Here comes the runner home, but it's foul.
Yep, he was trying to do like
another squeeze play.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's, right.
So no balls and 1 strike. You might have seen that shot of Jacob Manaska, the coach for Lonestar, earlier, directing a little traffic, and that was why for a possible bunt. We'll see if it's on again. 0-1 the pitch. He's swinging away, but not here. Down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to count.
And that was a great call. If you could execute the bunt towards first base and the runner scores, and you get your runner at second base at scoring position.
A ball and a strike. Here comes the pitch. High ball 2-1. Again, Stokes played at Hutch Junior College, so if Hayes is to win this game, he will probably face a lot of his college teammates tomorrow night in the championship game, because the Hutch Monarchs are in the finals. 2-1. Here's the pitch. Outside edge at 86 miles an hour. And the count's now 2-2. Brett Foss out of Prosper, Texas, trying to preserve the victory. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 3, and the count's now full at 3-2. How many 3-ball and full count pitches have we seen thrown to Hayes tonight, Mark?
Yeah,
it's been a ton.
It's been a lot of pitches.
C.J. Reed waits on deck. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch swung on, a bouncing ball out to short. The only play will be to first, and Hayes has tied the game. Duncan scores, and we start all over at 8 apiece.
Just put the ball in play right there. The biggest thing is just tying up this game, and that's what they did right there. Now you got the crowd. Look at that, you got the crowd going and everything. Just look at this. Just a little, put the ball in play.
Lauterbach was probably thinking double play as soon as the ball was hit his way, but it was just too slow, a bouncing ball. And he made the right decision to go to first base, but it is 8-8 now. And the potential go-ahead run for Hayes is down at second base now. And Paul Smith with C.J. Reed coming up.
Yeah, you definitely have the opportunity right here to get that hit. Go ahead and run.
Reed swings and misses, 0-1.
Actually
it's Wilbert Espinal, who has come off the bench.
Yep.
Espinal, the pinch hitter. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a miss, and he's down in the count, 0-2. 13th at bat in the NBC for Wilbert Espinal. He is 3 for 12. That's 250. He does have a couple of RBIs, but if he gets one here, this would by far be the biggest. 0-2 in the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and down he goes. But the Hayes Larks scratch across the all-important run they needed to tie the score. To the bottom of the 9th we go. Semifinal game of the 91st NBC. Hayes 8, Lonestar 8.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up.
Go get her. Hi, I'm Peter.
Looks like a meat lover's Deborah.
Pizza Hut's hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 Hut Lovers pizzas starting at $12.99 each. Order on the app.
When you look for a place to learn, train, and grow, you need something that fits with your life. At Butler Community College, we want you to reach your goals in the most affordable way possible. That's why we keep our tuition rates low, so you don't have to stress about your future.
It's why we offer hundreds of scholarship opportunities for pursuing your passion.
And it's why we work hard to provide a professional higher education at a lower price tag. Butler Community College. Real college, really affordable.
Julio Ramos stays on in relief for the Hayes Larks. And if you're Frank Leo, why not? This guy has done the job since coming on in the middle of the game. He was brought on in the bottom of the 5th inning, and Lonestar has not been heard of offensively since.
Yeah, it just shows how important. I mean, he's one of their main pitchers. He's coming into this game, and with his experience, and he's definitely done his job. You can see the coaches talking, trying to figure out strategy here. We'll see what happens at the bottom of the ninth.
Hayes was down 8-1 in this contest after just the 3rd inning, and since then they have scored 7 unanswered runs to tie this score at 8 apiece. But here we are in the bottom of the 9th, a single run, and Lonestar can still win it. Josh Livingston will lead it off for Lonestar Kraken. It'll be Livingston, Preston Curtis, and Ethan Ho. 3, 4, and 5 for Lonestar, trying to walk it off in the bottom of the 9th and head to Saturday's finals. Ramos is ready. And the first pitch to Livingston, swung on in line, foul down the right side. No balls in the strike.
Yeah, definitely looks like to be a pull hitter because, you know, it's like I said, no doubles usually right here, but look at third base.
Livingston hitless tonight. He's 0 for 3. He did walk and bring home a run in the 4th inning. Here's the pitch. Change up at 78, taken for a strike, and quickly 0-2. Ramos ready, winds and delivers. Swung on and miss. He pulled the string again, took something off. Strike 3, and down goes Livingston. There's out number 1.
Yeah, Ramos right now, he's feeling it right now, and he's got his pitches working. Yeah, you definitely don't want to take that guy out.
That's his 6th strikeout since coming on in the 5th inning. Now here's Preston Curtis, the center fielder. And Curtis swings and misses. 0-1. Nothing in 1, and the pitch. And that one misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ramos set the 1-1. Way outside, 2 balls and a strike. No activity down in the Hayes bullpen. Ramos has pitched great, but you wonder how much he has left.
Yeah.
Here's the pitch.
I don't know.
Swing and a miss.
He's got a slider working. I mean, he's looking good right now. So, I mean, it's have to have a lot of confidence in the young man.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. And that one missed. Rios tried to frame it, but that one clearly outside. Well, if the folks in Las Cruces are watching Henry Ramos, they've got to be happy. That's where he's heading next, and he is looking tremendous. The pitch swung on and lifted. out beyond second base. The shortstop Stokes is backing up and makes the catch. And there is out number 2. So 2 up and 2 down for Lonestar here in the bottom of the 9th inning. So here's Ethan Ho. Julio Ramos trying to finish him off here in the bottom of the 9th. Ho did have a big home run in the bottom of the 4th inning. It was a 2-run shot. And he swings at this one and sends it high into shallow center field. Coming on is Caleb Duncan. He's there. He's got it. We've got free baseball.
Here we go.
To the 10th inning we go. With a trip to the championship game on the line. Hayes 8 and Lonestar 8.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
It's the summer sales event. Great time to buy. Nice weekend, Hank?
Spectacular. Took the family camping, courtesy of Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks for 48 years. Morgan?
Baseball tournament. My sport with the whole infield.
How about you two?
My bass.
Get 0% APR financing with 0 down and 0 payments for up to 90 days on select Ford vehicles. Plus, get a complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months.
Every summer, the NBC World Series comes alive with energy, excitement, and the spirit of baseball. But what makes it truly special? Fans like you. Because of your support, kids get to experience the magic of the game. Your donations power youth clinics, grants, and equipment drives, while sharing Kaiser Carlisle's mantra to play hard and have fun. Together, we honor the legends of the past and preserve the rich history of the NBC World Series for generations to come.
There's Brett Foss, the Arkansas State product, with a pressure situation here for sure as we go to the top of the 10th inning now. Extra innings from X Stadium, and the Hayes Larks, who have overcome a 7-run deficit, now to the top of the 10th inning to force extra innings in an 8-8 tie with Lonestar. Lonestar, who has not scored a run since the 4th inning, thanks to Julio Ramos in relief for Hayes. So here's Dylan LaRue, who pinch hit his last time up in the 8th inning. He lined his short, and here he lines one foul out of play. 0-1 to LaRue. Each team with 8 runs and 8 hits. Lonestar has committed the only error. Foss works from the windup, and here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one is outside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
I wonder how many people out there with it was 8-1. Oh, this game's over. We kept saying, no, it's not over, and it definitely isn't over. We're still going.
The pitch to LaRue, chopped foul at the plate. And no balls and 2 strikes to Dylan LaRue. LaRue was 2 for 8 coming into play tonight. Again, he did not start, but came on as a pinch hitter back in the 8th inning when he lined his short. 0-2. And Fawcett winds and delivers to LaRue. This one is pretty well struck down the left side, slicing though, and it's going to land in foul territory. Just a few feet to the left, down the left field line. So LaRue, who made it almost all the way to second base, will have to circle back around and try it again. Down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Lou out of Blanco, Texas, attending Cumberland University. Hit 288 with 11 home runs there this past season. Also 51 runs batted in. A ball and 2 strikes in the pitch. He reaches out and pokes one on 2 hops over to first base. Fielded there. And a step on the bag and a 3 unassisted for the first out of the inning. Diego Gonzalez moved over to first during all the controversy in the last inning, and he makes the putout, 1 away.
And here's the guy that I feel is, probably one of the most dangerous hitters right now. And gets on the base paths, just makes things happen.
That would be Trent Baker, who, among other things, has 4 stolen bases tonight. And the pitch is inside to Baker, 1 ball and no strikes. So things will get very interesting if he gets aboard. You want to talk about a chess match if he's on base.
Well, and the thing is, if you're batting after him, you got to love it because he's usually going to be in scoring position.
The 1-0. A one-hopper, nicely done by Foss on the mound. Fields and throws wildly to first base. Baker's on his way to second. He's going to turn there and stop as a wild throw by Brett Foss. That will probably be an E1, and it'll put a runner in scoring position with 1 out for Hayes here in the top of the 10th inning.
Yeah, right there, great athletic play right there. Just had to get his feet set and throw it, but he throws it wild, but you don't have to worry about the stolen base. He's in scoring position right now.
So a 2-base error. That's the second error of the game committed by Lonestar, and it's a costly one, or at least it could be. You've got Trent Baker at second base, and now will he steal third with Thomas Lissy at the plate. We'll see if Baker is going. A few times he's gone on the first pitch. He won't hear, and Lissy bounces it foul down the first base side. 0-1 to Thomas Lissy.
And like you said before, Lissy has been here before. He's been there with the big hit.
He's probably eager to swing the bat too because he's been walked his last 2 times at the plate. There goes the runner, and now they've got him at third, trapped between second and third. Baker broke too soon. Now he's in a rundown, and he's going to get tagged out on his way to third. As a good job by Foss on the mound. Before he started his motion, he checked over there and found Baker trying to steal third too soon.
Yeah, look at this.
That's the pitcher covering third base too. A nice job by Foss to get over it third. So Foss started that play and he finished it.
Yeah, just perfect timing too when he broke. The pitcher broke Foss.
1 ball and a strike now the count to Thomas Lissy. And Lissy lines one into right field, a base hit. And now the Larks have to be kicking themselves after that. I don't know if Baker would have scored from second base, as that was pretty well struck on AstroTurf.
And I think when you look at a game like this, you look at the early innings too, where they had the opportunities too. It's just that we're looking at it at the end of the game, and that's what we're going to figure out. Whatever happens here decides this game, but it could have been earlier. There were some runners just didn't get in, just didn't take care of the opportunities.
So with Lissy at first base and 2 outs now, Brady Kreitzer is at the plate. Boy, he's got to feel like he's due. 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. He has walked a couple of times tonight. The pitch to Kreitzer, the first one was foul, this one outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
That's what's crazy. We still don't have any feel who's going to win this game. We still don't know, and it's, like I said, with Hayes, the momentum right there.
Kreitzer rips one into left field. That's down for a base hit. Lissy will stop at second base, and all of a sudden, with 2 outs, back-to-back base hits for the Larks. Their offense coming alive with 2 outs here in the top of the 10th.
Definitely, it's been all Larks right now and in the last few innings.
So here's Caleb Duncan, who really started the rally in the last inning. They only scored a run, but he's the one that created it. He walked to lead off the 9th, stole second base, then eventually came around to score to tie the game. He's up there now with a chance to give his team the lead. He swings and misses at the first pitch. It's 0-1.
And Lonestar does have somebody in their bullpen. We talked about before the game, all hands on deck. It's definitely been that.
Duncan hitless tonight. Here's the pitch, and it's a strike at 78. As Foss takes something off, and it's no balls and 2 strikes.
It's going to be interesting to see right here, 0-2, how they're going to handle this.
Lissy, the runner at second, Kreitzer at first. Here comes the 0-2 to Duncan. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and down he goes. So Hayes has started to really stack up runners stranded tonight. They leave another in scoring position. Lone Star can win it in the bottom of the 10th. Stay tuned, back in a moment.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
It's the summer sales event. Great time to buy. Nice weekend, Hank?
Spectacular. Took the family camping, courtesy of Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks for 48 years. Morgan?
Baseball tournament. My sport with the whole infield.
How about you two?
My bass.
Get 0% APR financing with 0 down and 0 payments for up to 90 days on select Ford vehicles. Plus, get a complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months.
Julio Ramos continues to be one of the biggest stories, maybe the biggest story of this game for the Hayes Larks, as the Larks handed him the ball in the 5th inning, and he has been on and dealing ever since. Actually, the 4th inning, I beg your pardon. But with one swing of the bat, Lone Star can end the game, so Ramos has to be careful here as we start the bottom of the 9th. And it's Diego Gonzalez that leads it off. And Gonzalez takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Gonzalez, Kenner Lauterbach, and Cato Robardi, 6, 7, 8 for Lone Star, as Gonzalez takes a big home run swing here, but pops it a mile high on the infield. And it's the first baseman, Paul Smith, that hauls it in, as that one took forever to come down, but 1 away.
Yeah, I was going to say, right now, it just seems like how Lone Star is swinging right now. They're taking some big swings. Big swings, seeing a lot of fly balls and all that.
Here's Kenner Lauterbach, and he swings at the first pitch and sends it fouling out of play. Well, that one I thought was going to bring rain there for a second.
Yeah. Well, they're taking some big cuts, and right now they just need to get somebody on base. You score a run, you win.
Lauterbach 0 for 3 tonight. He takes a strike, quickly behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch, swung on, bouncing ball up the middle. Ranging to his right is going to be the second baseman, who throws to first, and the throw is not there. C.J. Reed had to go deep in the hole at second base, and the throw went to first, and I don't know if he beat it out on the dive or if Smith came off the bag.
Look right here.
It was late regardless.
Yeah, it was late, yeah. I don't think you need the slide right there. You can still run through that, but he's safe regardless.
So Kenner Lauterbach represents the game-winning run at first base. And now here's Cade Robardi. And Robardi takes a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Lone Star has gotten some pretty decent production out of the bottom part of their order, at least getting on base, not necessarily base hits, but they've drawn some walks and moved runners around, and the pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 1-1.
Well, and that's what I think with Ramos, what he's been doing. He's not walking guys. And right there, he's showing that, making guys swing. He's getting them to pop up. He's doing a great job.
Robardi walked and scored in the 4th inning. Here comes the pitch. There's a strike, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, Lone Star scored 6 times in the 9th inning. There were 5 walks in a row in that inning.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's
throw over to first, nothing doing.
It wasn't what you're used to seeing Hayes play. Doing that.
1-2. Here's the pitch. Sliced into left field. That's down. That'll be a base hit, and that'll move the potential game-winning run into scoring position now as Lauterbach stops at second base with one out here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Base hit for Cato Robardi. So here's Major Brignon now, and a base hit here could win the game for Lone Star. Infield looks for a double play. Brignon takes up high, ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. Brignon is 0 for 3 tonight. He has struck out twice and bounced back to the pitcher. He also walked and scored in the 4th inning, which about half the lineup for Lone Star did. 1-0, and the pitch. A big swing there. He comes up empty, and the count's now even at 1-1.
Definitely impressed with Ramos. He's still throwing it in there, checking it in there, keeping his velo in there.
Ramos through the stretch, checks the runners and the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 2.
Slider action.
J.T. Simonelli waits on deck. That would be the leadoff hitter in the order for Lone Star, who flips it back in their next at bat. Ramos through the stretch. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And down goes Brignon for the second out of the inning. 87 miles an hour, Mark.
Yeah, he's still battling in there. I mean, he's keeping these guys at bay. But here's a guy that could change everything. I mean, he hasn't had the best night with his 3 strikeouts.
Here's Simonelli. And the first pitch to him just missed outside. 85, 1 ball and no strikes. Simonelli has, as Mark alluded to, struck out 3 times tonight. He's walked twice as well.
Right. He could end this night right now.
The pitch. Down and in.
Now you got to remember, Pendley, he's out of the game. Been thrown out of the game. He would be the next batter.
2 balls and no strikes.
Here's Jax Marshalls on deck.
Ramos stretches, pitches, lined out to second base, fielded on a hop by C.J. Reed. He'll throw to first in time, and Hayes dodges a bullet as Lone Star leaves one at second base that could have won the game. We go to the 11th and an 8-8 tie.
At Evergy, we're focused not just on what we power, but on who we power, right here in our community. We provide payment assistance to our neighbors who need it. Invest in organizations and people, creating opportunity for all to benefit. And volunteer our time around our hometown so that together we improve it. Because we're committed to spreading good energy throughout our community. Evergy, the utility company.
BMA's residential cleaning service knows there's no place like home, especially when your home is cleaned by our experienced staff. From floor to ceiling, we've got you covered. Learn more at bmasclean.com. BMA's Cleaning Sports, PBS Kansas. Seriously good TV.
Brett Foss is out there for the Lone Star Kraken, and he is the Lone Star answer to Julio Ramos as they've handed the ball to him, and he's now pitched a few innings out there and danced in and out of traffic, but Lone Star's still alive, so is Hayes, in an 8-8 tie in this semifinal game, with the winner playing the Hutch Monarchs tomorrow night at 7 o'clock in downtown Wichita for the championship game of the 91st NBC. Steve Strain with Mark Carvalho. Mark, what a game we've seen tonight.
Yeah, we have. And you were kidding around that this game's going to go, what, how many innings?
I said 14
earlier. You predicted 14, and I'm telling you, you might be right, Steve.
The soothsayer. All right, Lorenzo Rios to start it off for Hayes. Top of the 11th inning, and Rios takes his strike. 0-1 to him. Rios with a base hit tonight back in the 8th inning when Lone Star gave up 3. And Hayes tied the game, pulled it within run. The pitch swung on and fouled back out of play on the right side. Hayes scored 3 in the 8th, but they still needed another run to tie it, and they did that in the 9th.
Well, I appreciate you asking me tonight, to come do this because it's a historic game.
Very glad it worked out.
We'll remember this one for a long time.
Hayes has been part of a couple of those in this tournament this year. The pitch outside for a ball. The Larks came from behind down 8-3 in the 9th inning to take a 9-8 lead last Saturday, and it went over Oklahoma MVP. 1-2 in the pitch. And there's a bouncing ball out to short, and charging in is Lauterbach. He'll field, toss to first in time. There's a 6-3 put out to start the 11th inning for the Larks, and there's one away. So that'll bring up Paul Smith.
I wonder how many people out there. I know a lot of people in Hayes still watching this. A lot of fans out there down in Texas.
And good morning to all of you that are in the Western time zone. In the Central time zone or the Eastern, as the first pitch to Smith is chopped foul at the plate. 0-1. We're getting some baseball around the clock when we didn't think we would.
There you go.
No balls in the strike to Smith. And the pitch swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. In fact, I need to stop saying that the winner of this game plays Hutchinson tomorrow.
Yep.
I need to say later tonight.
Later, yep.
Yeah. Nothing into the pitch to Smith, down and away for a ball.
One thing, Steve, is shout out, kudos to the guys in the truck and the camera people. And I mean, it's just pretty.
Those guys and gals are some troopers for sure. What a job they've done this week. A ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch to Smith. Chopped foul at the plate, and the count is still 1-2. It is interesting, Mark, that due up in the bottom of the 11th inning for Lone Star, they'll have the 2 spot, which Chase Penley did occupy, Josh Livingston and Preston Curtis, but the point being they'll have the business part of their lineup up there as Paul Smith sends one high and deep to center field. Deep but playable, and Preston Curtis is there. He makes the catch, and out number 2. So the Larks made a lot of noise to get back and pull even in this game, but now in the 10th and 11th, it's been tough sledding. And now here's Tabor Stokes.
And like I said, as a coach, you look back and go, man, we should have scored some more runs. I mean, I'm talking about Hayes because I thought they had the opportunities there and just didn't do it. And now you look back and, man. But I'll tell you, they fought back. Probably a lot of people, I thought this game was over, but guess what? Hayes Larks, man, defending champs.
0-1 to Stokes, and he takes an awfully good-looking pitch that's called a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And I always look at it. You don't have your A game all the time, but you figure out how to win, and that's what's going on with the best teams.
The Larks certainly know how to do that. He tried to check his swing, and he did. And a slider tailing down and away. 2 balls and a strike, the count to Tabor Stokes. And here's another look at it. I think that was the right call.
Yeah.
Didn't seem like he committed. 2-1 the count, and the pitch to Stokes. Driven into center field again, this time shallow center field for the center fielder to drift in and make the catch and retire the side. And down go the Larks in the top of the 11th inning. So to the bottom of the 11th we go, still deadlocked at 8.
Love was nearly lost until Pizza Hut showed up.
Go get her. Hi, I'm Peter.
Looks like a meat lover's, Deborah.
Pizza Hut's hooking everyone up with more of what they love. Choose from 4 Hut Lovers pizzas starting at $12.99 each. Order on the app.
When you look for a place to learn, train, and grow, you need something that fits with your life. At Butler Community College, we want you to reach your goals in the most affordable way possible. That's why we keep our tuition rates low, so you don't have to stress about your future.
It's why we offer hundreds of scholarship opportunities for pursuing your passion.
And it's why we work hard to provide a professional higher education at a lower price tag. Butler Community College. Real college, really affordable.
Julio Ramos has been doing it for Hayes since the 5th inning tonight. He has kept the Lonestar bats completely in check. And he's out there drinking a cup of water right now. And the coach for Hayes, this is interesting, Mark.
Yeah.
The Hayes coach had to bring the umpire so that they wouldn't get charged with a trip. So you wonder if he's really starting to tire or get a little dehydrated.
Cramping a little or something.
Because he could not wait until he got back to the dugout.
Well, you can't blame him. I mean, he's been out there. He's the one that's on that mound, just setting the pace, keeping Hayes in this game.
He has been phenomenal tonight, for sure. Well, for the first time, he is going to get a look at Jax Marshall, who came in when Chase Penley, the starting second baseman for Lonestar, was ejected a few innings ago. So Marshall came on defensively, and this is his first time to bat, and he's leading off the bottom of the 11th inning in an 8-8 tie. 1 run for Lonestar, and they win the game. And Marshall takes the first pitch at 87 miles an hour inside for a ball, 1-0.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's talking about Ramos. He has not lost his velocity.
Not a bit. A strike across at the letters, and it's quickly 1-1. Josh Livingston and Preston Curtis, the next 2 up, so it's 2, 3, and 4 if anybody gets aboard Ethan Ho. And Ramos at 81 took something off and delivers a strike. It's 1-2. Ramos, a long look in at his catcher behind the dish. And fires home well. Now time has been called before that happens.
It's a good call right there. I mean, for him to do that, step off.
So we'll try the 1-2 again, and here it is. Foul back to the screen. And it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jax Marshall was 2 for 7 when play started tonight. A ball and 2 strikes in the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3, and down he goes. And Ramos just continues to throw strikes. As shown, as Mark alluded to, no sign of any wear here in the 11th inning. This is the 7th inning of work for Julio Ramos.
Yep, like I said, he's a guy, one of their main guys, and it's an important game. So
New Mexico State seems to know what they were getting when they went out and found him. Here's Josh Livingston now, and Livingston, a ball, 1 ball, and no strikes to him. Livingston has only been aboard 1 time tonight. That was in the 4th inning when he walked. The pitch. Inside for a ball.
And Frank Leo, you got to, like him and his coaches, put him in there, put Ramos in there at that time. It's because he's the one that came in and obviously it wasn't looking too good for him.
All zeros since Ramos came in, although he missed there. The count's now 3-0. When Josh Livingston walked in the 4th inning, the bases were loaded. There were 5 walks in a row in that inning and 6 overall. The pitch, outside corner, it's a strike at 87, and it's 3-1. Lonestar trying to walk it off in the bottom of the 11th inning, tied at 8. They led 8-1 after 4. The pitch swung on and lifted. Left field toward the line, slicing. Trent Baker is over, and Baker, a couple of steps into foul and fair territory, makes the catch for a fly ball to left and 2 away. So Preston Curtis, the center fielder, will step up now. Curtis 2 for 5, has a couple of singles. He's driven home a couple of runs, and he's also scored once, and he takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. Almost ready, and Curtis sends this one high and deep, left field. Baker is back. Baker's at the wall. This one is out of here. And Preston Curtis has walked it off.
Wow.
Lonestar to the championship game. Look at that celebration between home plate and the pitcher's mound. It'll be Lonestar and Hutchinson tomorrow night.
Yeah, unbelievable. Like I said, we didn't know this was going to end this way, but we knew that one hit could make it. Yeah, we knew one kick could change this game, and it certainly did. A guy stepping up right there, and we were waiting for somebody. But I'll tell you, Hayes, defending champs, fought back, had every opportunity. They could have won this very easily at the end, basically. But, hey, you got to hand it to this Lonestar Kraken team there, Steve.
Well, there will not be a repeat of last year's championship game, which was Hayes and Hutchinson. Hayes came oh so close, but it'll be Lonestar and Hutchinson tonight, I should say, at 7 o'clock Central Time from Equity Bank Park. It's time for our play of the game. We don't have to rewind the tape very far to find that. I mean, he got every bit of that one, Mark. We've had 3 home runs here tonight, and they were all pretty much no-doubters. And there's the walk-it-off right there. Our play of the game, the Trent Baker, home run to left field. So Preston Curtis, the hero tonight for Lonestar. This morning, I've got to get
this morning.
Preston Curtis, the play of the game on that home run to left field. Well, Mark, your thoughts on tomorrow?
Well, I think we'll see this momentum taken in. Like I said, I don't know what the pitching's left with. We were talking about the pitching for Lonestar Kraken. I didn't know what they had going into this game right here. But right now, you look at it tomorrow or this later. We got to keep thinking that later. And Hutch is pretty rested up. Hutch is sitting good right now.
Now, I thought there might be a handshake line. Instead, one of the Hayes players is between second and third, and there's a lot of trash talking going on instead. We will wrap this up, but a thriller tonight, won by Lonestar in 11 innings on a walk-off homer. Lonestar 9, Hutchinson 8, Hayes 8. It's Lonestar and Hutchinson tomorrow night. Said it again. Later this evening, 7 o'clock Central. We'll see you then. For Mark Caraballo, Steve Strang, and our entire Butler Community College team, we'll talk to you later this evening at 7 o'clock from downtown Wichita. So long, everybody.